גויסנו לכל החיים, משורה לשחרר רק המוות. בימים אדומים של פרעות ודמים, בלילות השמונים של ינון. בערים בכפרים את דגלנו נרים, ועליו הגנה וחיבור. נוסנו בשוב כהמון הפלגים, ולשבות במחאה לדרכנו. ברצוננו להיות לעולם נבונים, חלומנו למות בארצנו. בימים אדומים של פרעות ודמים, בלילות
שיר למעלות, אשא עיניי אל ההרים, מאין יבוא עזרי, עזרי מעם השם, עושה שמיים וארץ, אל ייתן למות רגליך, אל ינום שומרך, הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שומר ישראל, השם שומרך, השם צילך על יד ימינך, יומם השמש לא יקקה וירח בלילה, השם ישמורך מכל רע, ישמור את נפשך, השם ישמור צאתך ובואך מעתה ועד עולם. שיר למעלות, אשא עיניי אל ההרים, מאין יבוא עזרי, עזרי מעם השם, עושה שמיים וארץ, אל ייתן למות רגליך, אל ינום שומרך, הנה לא ינום ולא יישן שומר ישראל, השם שומרך, השם צילך על יד ימינך, יומם השמש לא יקקה וירח בלילה, השם ישמורך מכל רע, ישמור נפשך, השם ישמור צאתך ובואך מעתה ועד עולם.
Okay, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. This is the World Alliance of Qara'im Torah study. Today we're studying Parashat Toldot. I'm trying a couple of things a little bit differently here. I'm in a different place in the house, but I'm not so sure it's usual, but for now I'm here on this. And we can cut the music. Okay, so welcome to this Karaite, this Torah study, Torah-based Torah study, Tanach-based Torah study, and let's get going. So welcome everybody, first of all. Let's see, is everything working here? Why is this frozen? I don't understand what's going on. There we go. Okay, I think it's less frozen now. Shabbat Shalom, Phil. Professor, huh? Well, my father's a professor, but I'm not a professor. Okay, so maybe what we're going to do is, hold on one second here. Let me just do one thing. We'll just put the virtual background on. I think It's nicer. Get rid of that. Put the virtual background on. Let's try that one. That's a picture I took. That's actually right near the border with Lebanon. This is a place called Rosh Nikra, the background there. Took that picture in 2019. And literally, it's walking distance from the border with Lebanon. You could walk about from where I'm standing right there, maybe 5-10 minutes at the most, and you'll reach the checkpoint to between Israel and Lebanon. The border is not active. You cannot cross from Israel to Lebanon or from Lebanon to Israel. I think they do it in special cases, but it is there. It's right on, it's right a little bit north of the city of Nahariya. And like I said, in a place called Rosh Nikra, which is these kind of caves, these, what do they call them? I guess grottos on the northern coast of Israel. It's very beautiful there. I would actually love to live there, although actually, obviously right now, it's probably not the most peaceful place. Okay, so there we go. All right, so let's see. What can we start off by saying? So we could talk a little bit about the war that is going on in Israel, the so-called war. Is it really a war? No, this is not a war. This is an operation. Israel likes to call it a war, I guess, because it's a more intense operation than in the past. But this does not qualify by any stretch of the imagination as a war. This is an operation to try to wipe out Hamas. Do I think Israel will be successful? No, I don't. I actually do not think Israel will be successful. That's when I think about it and when I use my gut feeling, I don't think they're going to be successful because they're going to run into a problem. They're clearing out now the north of Gaza, and they've sent all the so-called civilians. I don't give a shit about any of those civilians. To me, they're just, they don't exist. I don't consider any value to the quote unquote civilians of the enemy. They might as well be ants in my eyes. Nothing more, nothing less. And all this talk about how, we cannot dehumanize the enemy. That's a bunch of bullshit. You have to dehumanize the enemy. It's the only way you can fight a war is if you dehumanize the enemy. If you start humanizing the enemy, then you start dehumanizing yourself, because what's going to end up happening is your own people are going to die, whether they're soldiers or whether they're civilians. And for our own people, for the Jewish people, for the people of Israel, as should be for any people, about their own men, women, and children, a soldier's life is just as important as a non-soldier's life. Just because someone is a soldier doesn't mean that their life has less value or is now just becomes a number or another statistic. What is going on here? If there are people, then their lives, any one of their lives, are more important than the lives of every single one of the enemy. And that's the only way to fight a war. So Israel is supposedly fighting, a war with, the highest level of morality, the most moral army in the world. This is not moral. I'm not the only one saying this. If you listen to people like, for instance, Moshe Feiglin is saying this, it is not moral to give any consideration whatsoever to the enemy, whether they're civilians, whether they're not civilians. That's immoral. It is immoral to sacrifice your own people. It doesn't matter whether they wear a uniform or not, to save the people of the enemy, whether they're soldiers, non-soldiers, men, women, children. They're all part of the same group. Go and tribe about collective punishment, but collective punishment is clearly spoken about in the Torah, is clearly allowed and encouraged. I wouldn't say encouraged, but it's the norm in the Torah. There's no such thing as being an individual in the Torah. You are part of a group, and if your fate is unfortunate enough to be part of a group that is going to be wiped out by another nation or be wiped out by Israel, well, that's your tough luck. That was your fate. If you're an individual who somehow is different from the group, and then we do have examples of such people in the Torah, let's say like Rahab the prostitute, when the Israelites first came into to spy out Jericho, Rahab the prostitute helped them, and she was saved upon when the Israelites attacked Jericho, then fine. Those are individuals who, Yahweh, God, can make special arrangements for them if he chooses that they are worthy, if they merit such arrangements. But other than that, if you're part of the enemy, you're part of the enemy. There's no such. It's a Western idea to be an individual disconnected from the collective. The Torah conception is very clear. Is very clearly a collective, and everyone is part of that collective. It's like a swarm of bees. Okay, it would be like saying that that bee is attacking, but that bee, because it stayed behind the hive, is not part of the swarm. Is not part of the hive, etc. So there should be no consideration whatsoever given to any of the civilians. I don't care what their circumstances are. Damam berosham, their blood is on their own heads. If they mess with Israel, then they should be dealt with the way Israel is told to in the Torah to deal with its enemies. Unfortunately, Israel is not dealing with its enemies the way it is told to in the Torah. It's dealing with its enemies according to, I wouldn't even say according to Western standards, because certainly America, civilians wanted to Iraq, operations in Afghanistan, various. Oops, there we go. Now we're back. Wherever it did its various operations, but this special version of Western quote unquote morality that's being imposed on Israel, which really is, it's really, I would call it, it's too easy to use the word anti-Semitism. I mean, that word is completely overused, but it's an attempt to keep Israel down, to not allow Israel to reach its full potential. What is Israel's full potential? Israel's full potential is to slaughter, destroy its enemies, to take over their land, and eventually to expand its borders out between the Euphrates River and the River of Egypt. Now, that doesn't mean that we can just start going and attacking people within the land of Israel. We can, for sure. That's our land. But, we weren't originally given land all the way out to the Euphrates. So I think that Yahweh, he will make the circumstances happen such that these other people start with us, they make trouble with us, and then, their blood is on their own heads, and then Israel has every right to, at that point, to conquer them. If they don't, then I would say if they're friendly to Israel, just like, let's say, Sidon was friendly to Israel in the time of King Solomon. In fact, we know the king of Sidon, Hiram, he cut down, he had cedar trees cut down from the forests of Lebanon and sent by barges to Jaffa, where they were picked up and brought up to Jerusalem to be used in the building of the Beit HaMikdash, in the building of the Holy Temple. So obviously, if we have friendly people that are outside of the land of Israel, then we have no excuse. We don't have a reason to attack them and take over their land. But if they are non-friendly, as many of the neighbors are, then we have every reason to do so, and we should do so, and eventually we will do so, but not under the current leadership. The current leadership that we have is completely useless. They're completely irrelevant. Benjamin Netanyahu, who for years, for decades, I've never really particularly liked the guy. He talks a good game, but he does absolutely nothing. If the prime minister is kind of like the king of Israel, to a certain degree he is, and certainly in the conception of the people of Israel, he's kind of considered a king. Sometimes you'll hear them sing songs as if he's the king to the prime minister. And then the king is kind of like the father of the nation. He's the protector of the nation. He's the daddy of the house, the daddy of the big family of Israel. And if he fails, as he did, then he has to be taken care of, meaning, I guess, removed from office at the very least. So anywho, so he's completely useless. Okay, 1,500 Israelites died under his watch, and this now shows the complete failure of his approach. This shows the complete failure of the approach of those who try to live, try to walk on two sides of the fence, or they say in Israel, to dance at two weddings at the same time. You cannot be both Western and Israelite. You cannot be both Jewish and democratic. As Rabbi Kahana used to point out decades ago, there was a distinct contradiction between being Jewish and being democratic. At a certain point, they clash with each other, and the state of Israel is now seeing that clash. It's trying to cling to its Western values. It's trying to worship its God, the United States of America, and we are seeing now the failure of that decision, of that approach. Ultimately, where this is all leading is Israel is going to have no choice, absolutely no choice. It's going to be a life or death decision for the people of Israel, for the state of Israel, whether to follow Yahweh or whether to follow the false gods, whether to follow the Baalim, just as Elijah gave that choice to Ahab and his false prophets. So that choice is now being given to the people of Israel, slowly but surely. I don't know if this is the end of it. I don't know if this is the last round or the second to last round or the third to last round, but clearly that's a choice that the people of Israel are going to have to make. And if they don't, then it's going to be their very existence that hangs in the balance. It's going to be a life or death decision. That's really the bottom line. So that's what we got. That is the situation. And yeah, the death cult must be eradicated. You know, these people are no different from any other enemies of Israel that we've had in the past. For instance, let's say these Syrians, okay? These Syrians were known for being extremely cruel. The things that they would do to their enemies were notorious for their cruelty. I can't even remember the descriptions of some of the things they would do. They would just hang body parts of people on walls and all kinds of stuff. I don't remember the details offhand, but this is traditionally, this is the way our enemies are. They're extremely cruel. They have no consideration, not for the young, not for the old. In fact, it says so in the Torah. Let me see if I can find it. I believe it's going to be nation. Let's see. Is it Leviticus 26 or is it Deuteronomy 28? The nation from far. Let's see if we can find it. Deuteronomy 28, 49 to 50. Deuteronomy 28. And I'll bring it up. Deuteronomy 28, 49 to 50. Let's see here. So this is, let me just share the screen. Shabbat Shalom, everybody who's joining us. Shabbat Shalom. I'm in a new position here. I'm not sure this is very comfortable. I may go back to the old place in the house where I usually am. Okay. Anywho, let me see if I can try to do this. So we have to do present, share screen, window, and then we've got to do Torah, and then we've got to do that. So if we look at Deuteronomy 28, I'll bring it over to the Hebrew. So Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 49. And what we have here, so this is part of the curses, the blessings and the curses. There are two places in the Torah, in the 5 books of Moses, where we have a list of blessings and curses. One is Leviticus chapter 26, and the other one is Deuteronomy chapter 28. And this is now in Deuteronomy chapter 28. So, and let's try to read it. Okay, verse 49. Yisah Yahweh alecha goy me rachok miktzeh haaretz kasher yid'eh ha-nasher goy asher lo tishma lishono. So this is not necessarily speaking about, the Philistines, the so-called Palestinians, but this is speaking about punishments that will happen to us and did happen to us in the past. So Yahweh will bring up a nation upon you from far away, from the ends of the earth, just as the eagle swoops down. So this nation will swoop down from far away, from the ends of the earth. Goy shelo tishma lishono, a nation whose language you don't understand. Verse 50. Excuse me. Verse 50. Goy as panim asher lo yisa panim lezaken wena'ar lo yachon. A brazen-faced or a bold-faced, bold is kind of a positive word, let's say a brazen nation that takes no consideration, I'm paraphrasing here to make the English flow a little bit more, that takes no consideration for the elderly and has no mercy on the children. Verse 51, ואכל פרי בהמתך ופרי אדמתך עד ישמדה אשר לא ישאיר לך דגן תירוש ויצהר שגר עליך ועשתרות צונך עד העבידו אותך. That will eat the fruit of your animals and the fruit of your land until you're destroyed. Until you're destroyed. That will a nation that will not leave you any grain or wine or oil. The offspring of cattle and the offspring of sheep or flocks ad havido otach, until they completely destroy you. Okay, so you get the idea. So this is speaking about a nation that's going to come from far away. And no, you do not need a password, Phil. You could just come in and I'll let you in. And so that's a nation that's going to come from far away. And the point that I want to make here is that it's going to be a brazen-faced nation that will not take in will have no consideration for the elderly and will have no mercy on the children. And that's certainly what we see in this nation that this so-called nation that attacked us on October 7th. And how do we deal with these people? Well, Deuteronomy chapter 20 tells us how we deal with our enemies, and it's certainly not in the Western way of taking into consideration Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Tzuriel. It's certainly not the Western way of taking into consideration their civilians and worrying about what happens to their civilians. In fact, what we're told to do is if it's a nation that's one of the 7 nations, in other words, within the land of Israel, then we're to wipe out, we're to not leave anything alive. That includes men, women, children, and animals. Now, that was specifically for the 7 nations, the 7 Canaanite nations, and there were specific reasons for that. They were idol worshippers. And the reason given is so that we don't learn their ways. We don't ourselves become idol worshippers. Now, the Muslims are not idol worshippers, in all fairness. In fact, they're monotheists. And there are many countries, and I've been to some of those countries, where, there's I would say overall, a more mild form of Islam. And that mild form of Islam that we do see in various countries, such as Morocco, for instance, I've been to, such as we now see in some of the Gulf states, even Saudi Arabia is starting to open up and become a little bit more modern. That form of Islam can be very beautiful. Islam can be a very beautiful language, and I do have a lot of respect for that more mild form of Islam. But this crazy, violent, ISIS or Hamas-like form of Islam is disgusting, but it still is monotheistic at the end of the day, and so it's difficult to say whether that commandment that we have to wipe out everything that breathes among these enemy nations applies, because that really applied specifically to the 7 Canaanite nations. We also have a lot of people like to bring up Amalek. We are supposed to completely wipe out the memory of Amalek, and I've heard from a lot of rabbis now that the quote unquote Palestinians, they have the essence of Amalek, or they represent Amalek. So we are entitled to, or we should completely wipe them out, just as we're to wipe out Amalek. I don't buy that. That is rabbinical gobbledygook. That's saying that, they have the essence of Amalek, so we can transfer that essence to another nation. The fact of the matter is they are not the nation of Amalek. Amalek was a specific nation, a nation meaning a certain bloodline, a certain ethnicity. And these Palestinians are not that nation. Maybe there's some Amalekites, or maybe they're descendants of Amalekites that have integrated themselves among the Palestinians, just as the Palestinians are probably made up of a lot of people. Ironically, there are genetically speaking Israelites among the quote unquote Palestinians. I don't even like to call them the Palestinians, but among the nations, the surrounding nations. It's basically a giant mishmash of all of the nations that have lived in the area of the land of Israel over the past couple of thousand years. So there are people among the quote unquote Palestinians who are actually bloodline Israelites, and they don't even know it. Some of them actually do know it. I've heard of certain tribes and certain people who know that they're Jews and live among the Palestinians, and even some of them want a way out. So it's complicated. So I don't think we can call them one of the 7 nations, meaning we cannot wipe out every last one of them. I don't think that we can call them Amalek, because Amalek was a specific nation that doesn't exist anymore. And then we have another set of commandments in Deuteronomy 20, which tells us if we're going to war against a city or against a people that's far away, then we call out for peace. If they open, it says that this is in Deuteronomy 20. If they accept our call for peace and they open the gates of their city, then they basically become our slaves, our tribute. I wouldn't say slaves, but they become our vassal city or a vassal state. And if not, then we kill we kill every adult male by the sword. It says it's all in Deuteronomy chapter 20. In fact, I should go over to Deuteronomy chapter 20 right now. So certainly we can make a claim that these quote unquote Palestinians fall under that rubric, but I don't think this is the case. I think this is something else. This is more like a defensive war. These are people who attacked us. And when people attack us, and it's not that they're far away, they're not in a faraway city, they're not outside of the land of Israel. I mean, Gaza is technically, it was part of Israel in ancient times for a while, and certainly in modern times. Let's see if I can go over to Deuteronomy 20 in English. So I think that this falls under a different category in and of itself. So we have basically a nation. They're not one of the 7 nations. They're not Amalek. They're not explicitly idol worshippers. However, they are an enemy nation that's living in territory that belongs to the land of Israel. So what do we do in such a case? I don't know. It's hard to say. I guess we do what we have to do is the answer. And what we have to do is kick them off the land one way or another. We have to eradicate them off of the land and take over the land. Are the people of Israel going to do that? And we certainly don't have to take into account any of their quote unquote civilians. Okay. Okay, so any religion that's okay to marry a 6-year-old girl to a 50-year-old man is dead to me. I hear you, Suriel, but I don't know what the whole story was there. There are places, marrying doesn't necessarily mean having sexual relations with. So it could mean at that point just having the marriage contract written, and then when the girl reaches the age where she's able to reproduce, then they have babies together, to put it in a mild way. At any rate, whatever you think of Islam, they're definitely it's definitely not a polytheistic religion. That is 100% for sure. And they're not idol worshippers. If anything, the Christians are idol worshippers, but the Muslims are not idol worshippers. Anywho, and Islam is very complicated. Islam is not the only thing we see. Or Islam is not what we always see, let's say, by ISIS and Hamas and all this kind of stuff. There are many different types of Islam. There's Islam all over, let's say, Pakistan and Indonesia. These are all Islamic countries, and many Muslims live a more mild form of Islam. Even as we see, let's say, what's starting to happen in Saudi Arabia. Anyway, I don't want to get into a long discussion about Islam. The point is, what do we do about these enemies that have attacked us? And I think once again, we can't do what the rabbis do, which is try to say they're one of the 7 nations. We can't do what they do by saying they're Amalek, and they're not far away. They're in the land of Israel. So I think ultimately what we have to do is use our common sense here, and that is that we have to eliminate them by any way, shape, or form off of the land. We have to completely eliminate the threat. I mean, if it were up to me, obviously Gaza would be completely cleared out. We would take it over. We would reconquer it, and all of the Arabs would either be killed. All the Arabs that live there would either be killed, or they would be expelled from Gaza, and they would go wherever the hell they go. Not my business, and I don't really care. But so that's that. That's my thoughts on the issue. Okay. Yeah, Allah just means God. That's what it means. Like in the Hebrew, El or Elohim. Okay, and I think that again we only see one form of Islam. The fact of the matter is that Islam was not always the way it is now. I mean, it's complicated, and I can't claim to be an expert on Islam, but there were much more enlightened, mild forms of Islam over the centuries. And there were many places where the Jews and the Muslims lived together and actually influenced a lot of medieval Jewish thought comes from the interaction between the medieval Jews and the medieval Muslims, both in North Africa, in Mesopotamia, in around the Mediterranean Sea, even in the Iberian Peninsula, like Spain. There was a lot of interaction between the Muslims and the Jews, and the relations were not often bad. In fact, one could claim the relations between the Christians and the Jews were far worse than the relationship between the Muslims and the Jews. So I don't hate Islam as a religion. I have a lot of respect for its more mild forms, but obviously, when it expresses itself in the way that we see with Hamas, then that is an enemy that has to be taken care of. Okay, and I've been in Muslim countries and I've actually loved it there. I've been in Morocco, I've been in Tunisia, I've been in Turkey. I guess those 3 really. And I've spent a lot of time in Morocco. I mean, a lot, not meaning years, but about close to a year of my life, on and off, I've spent in Morocco, and I love it there. I feel very comfortable in Morocco because they're not crazy radical. I mean, there are some there, but overall, it's kind of a much more mild form of Islam. Moroccans tend to be in many ways very open and, very, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, kind of like open-minded, to be honest. And they're very nice, they're very friendly, they're very welcoming. And at the same time, it's a very conservative society. You're not going to see in a place like Morocco, at least not out in the open, any of the crazy nonsense you're seeing in the United States. You're not going to see trannies, although ironically, the modern Hebrew word for a transsexual or a tranny is a coccinelle, and coccinelle was actually a famous Moroccan actor who had a sex change operation and became a woman, and its proper name was coccinelle. So one of the ironies of history. But in general, you're going to see a very conservative, family-oriented type of atmosphere there that at the same time is extremely welcoming to strangers, extremely welcoming to guests. And for the most part, overall, again, there are definitely radical Islamic elements in Morocco. But for the most part, the people there are kind of, they keep a very kind of mild, open form of Islam. And that form of Islam, I think, over the centuries has been more the norm than the exception. I mean, if you look at the Islamic world, they during the Middle Ages, they were the leaders in science, in mathematics, in philosophy. A lot of philosophy that made its way into medieval Judaism came from interaction with the medieval Muslims, as I said. The medieval Muslims were interested in revisiting the ancient Greek philosophers such as Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, They were very into those, those classical Greek philosophers. In fact, Neoplatonism was one of the medieval or the Middle Age Islamic movements where they try to revisit or recreate, kind of or revisit Plato's. Oh man, don't even say borek and kaimak. That's one of my favorite. Borek is one of my favorite foods in the world, man. Oh my God, holy cow, one of my favorite foods. And I know that borek extends up into the Balkans. I know it's very common in not just in Turkey, but in the countries that are surrounding Turkey, even Greece, where it's like spanakopita. But if you go up into the Balkans, I know I have many friends from the former Yugoslavia, including yourself, Suriel. And I know that the borek is very popular there. In fact, when I'm back in New York, and I haven't been there for a number of years now, there's a restaurant that I go to. No, they weren't Serbians. I think they may have been. I'm trying to remember now. I think they were Bosnians, actually. I think they were from Bosnia, and there's a borek place that I used to go to on a regular basis, and I'm telling you, man, there is nothing in the morning like a borek with some Turkish coffee and some yogurt to drink. I think they call it ayman, right, or ayman. Oh man, that is literally one of my favorite foods in the world. So okay, anywho, we're getting off track. So we should get into this week's parashah, okay? But I don't know how we got off track. It's all right. I get off track from time to time. The point I'm trying to make is that the overall point that I'm trying to make is that I think that the way that Israel is fighting the war right now, according to these so-called Western values, but they're not even Western values. They're like hyper-Christian, hyper-Western values that are being imposed on Israel in an attempt to keep Israel from reaching its full potential. I don't think Israel can win the war, and I'll tell you why. Where the problem is going to be. So now the entire population of Gaza. Let me see if I can change the setup here. Hold on 1 second. So now, there we go. Now the entire population of Gaza is being pushed from the north of Gaza to the south of Gaza. Right? They're making these quote unquote humanitarian passages and shoving the entire population down the strip into the south of Gaza and taking over the north of Gaza. Well, what are they going to do next? That means that all of Hamas and all of the Hamas fighters have obviously retreated to the south, or a lot of them have. They're not going to stick around the north as Israel takes it over. They're going to go with the population down to the south. And they know that Israel cannot attack effectively in the south because we have, quote unquote, civilians there. And so they're just going to hide among the civilians in the south. So what is Israel going to do? Is Israel then going to say, okay, now we're going to attack this? Well, now we're going to attack the south. So now we need all the civilians to go from the south back up to the north. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that because they're afraid of world opinion, and world opinion won't allow such a thing. So they're only going to be able to take over half of the Gaza Strip, and everything's going to just move down to the south for a while until Israel declares that it's eliminated Hamas, which will be a complete lie. And then Israel will set up, some kind of whatever, who knows, some kind of, military presence in Gaza, or at least in part of Gaza. And then they'll go back up to Israel, declare victory. They may have pushed Hamas down to the south of Gaza, but that's about all they're going to be able to do. Because if they now start attacking the south of Gaza, that's where all the civilians are. And because they're following these rules of the West, or the rules the West has imposed on them, they can't attack down in Gaza because they're going to hurt all the civilians, because that's where they pushed all the civilians. So what are they going to do? They can't push the civilians, the quote unquote civilians, into Egypt. They can't. Egypt won't accept it, and the Arab world and the world in general is not going to accept it. And again, Israel cares a lot about what the world says, so they can't do any of that stuff. So they're stuck. So all they could really do is basically take over the north, maybe Gaza City, down to a certain point, and they're not going to be able to go any further. They're not going to be able to go any further south than that. They're going to be stuck. That's what I think is going to happen. And then I think Israel is just going to, as it always does, make some, grandiose announcement about how it has eliminated Hamas, and they'll leave some, maybe leave a buffer zone in Gaza, and then they'll declare the war over, and the problem will not be solved. It will just be declared over by Israel, but the problem will just either grow back, in a year or 2 years or 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, because this is not a war. This is just another operation. A war is the 6-Day War, okay, where 5 armies, or the armies of 5 different Arab countries, came against Israel, and within 6 days we were ready to topple both Damascus and Cairo, and could have basically taken over all of Syria, all of Egypt if we'd wanted to, toppled their capitals. That's a war, okay? And if, again, the West hadn't interfered and imposed a peace, a ceasefire on Israel, then we would have done that. But as it was, we ended up with the West Bank, we ended up with the Gaza Strip, the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights. That's a war, okay? What Israel is doing right now, if that was a 6-day war, then this is the 6-week war, or the 6-month war, or maybe the 6-year war. That's not a war, okay? When you fight a war, you have to fight it quickly. You have to do it quickly and decisively. This is not quickly and decisively. This is just painstaking. It's long. There are hundreds of thousands of reservists that are now on duty. Each day the war is costing, I read in Bloomberg this past week, each day the war is costing a total of $250 million to the Israeli economy, and that includes money that is lost in the economy through tourism, through people not working because they're on reserve duty, or because stores are closed, where the population has been evacuated in the north and in the south, and it includes all of the money that's being spent on the war itself, right? For weapons, for logistics, for food, for God knows what else, okay? The only people that Arabs hate more than the Jews are the Palestinians. No one wants them. They're truly wild ass of a man. See, I think, Suriel, it's more sinister than that. They could care less. It's true that nobody wants them, but the real reason that nobody wants them is because they want to keep the Palestinians in Gaza, in Yehuda Shomron, the quote-unquote West Bank, as a battering ram against Israel. They want the Palestinians to foment a war or an insurrection against Israel. That's the real reason they won't accept them into their countries. Because if they do, then who's going to fight against Israel? Egypt can't fight against Israel because there's a so-called peace treaty. Jordan can't fight against Israel because there's a so-called peace treaty. So the only ones that can fight against Israel are the quote-unquote Palestinians. So that's the real reason they won't accept them, because they want to keep them there as an army to be used against Israel, since these other countries have supposedly made peace with Israel. Of course, it's a fake peace. Jordan and Egypt will be happy to overrun Israel the first chance they get. Yeah, they certainly are. Okay, anywho, enough of all this. We should get into this week's Parsha. Trying to decide if I should move back to my usual place, because where I am is a little bit uncomfortable. Let's see if I can try something else. Let's see how we can do this. Maybe, wait, I have an idea. Okay, this here. It's going to be a little bit better. Let's see if that works a little bit better. All right, let's try this. I will try to stay here and see if that works. It's not the most comfortable position, but all right. So let's go. All right. Any questions, any comments? Anybody want to say anything about all of this stuff? So my bottom line that I'm trying to say is, because Israel is fighting a war that is dictated by Western terms, we have a prime minister that doesn't even look like an Israelite. He looks like a Westerner with his suit and tie. He talks like a Westerner, and his God is America and the West. So we cannot win a war this way. The only way we can win a war is if we fight by the Torah's terms, and that means basically rejecting the West. I will also say something a little bit radical, which I think is that Israel, if it fought according to the Torah's laws, and if we built a society according to the Torah, I actually think we could make not only peace but very close friends with many of the surrounding Islamic nations, because I think that true Torah is very much in line with Islam in many ways. Again, Islam is not a polytheistic religion; it's a monotheistic religion. I think we're going to have more problems making friends with the Christians than we will with the Muslims, because the Christians are stuck with their Jesus insanity. They believe in this false god Jesus. Yes, it's true. The Muslims believe in Muhammad and the Quran and the seal of the prophethood and all of this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, they are monotheists, whereas the Christians are not monotheists. And I think we have more in common with monotheists than we do with polytheists. Okay, enough. I'm just going off on tangents and rambling. Anybody want to make any comments before we go on and dig into this week's Parsha? Okay, so let's dig into this week's Parsha. Let's do it. I think I'm still in a very uncomfortable position here, but we'll try. Okay, let's dig into this week's Parsha. So we are in Genesis chapter 25. Let me share the screen. The Quran does not demand the death of the Jews. In fact, the Quran, there are many statements in the Quran, explicit statements saying that the land of Israel belongs to the people of Israel. There are many statements in the Quran praising the Jews. It's later on, it's the hadiths that I think are much more antagonistic towards the Jews. For instance, this famous statement about how in the end of days, a tree will say, "There's a Jew hiding behind me. Go kill him." That's not in the Quran. That's in the hadith. So I think that ultimately, the Islamic world and the Jewish world, or the Torah world, can make peace if the Muslims would return to true Islam, the more mild form of Islam that we saw, let's say, during the Middle Ages, not this, radical ISIS form of Islam that grew up in about the last 1.5 centuries. And if Israel will return to the true Torah and cast off its two false philosophies of rabbinical Judaism and Western culture. Okay, all right, let's dig in to this week's Torah portion. All right, so we are in where are we? Genesis 25. We're in Genesis chapter 25. So let me bring that up. Let me change the way I'm sharing here. Okay, there we go. So in Genesis chapter 25, right. So we were able to get up to, I guess 18 is where we left off last time, right? And it does say that the descendants of Ishmael, I'll just read the English here, they lived in hostility towards all the tribes related to them, right? So we see that they are indeed, Ishmael is a wild ass of a man. They live on the face or in hostility towards all of those around them. This is predicted in the Torah. And if the Arabs are indeed descendants of Ishmael, which is questionable, then they certainly are fulfilling that role. That's for sure. Okay. Let's see. Just again, change position here. Okay, so where are we? I think I'm gonna go. I don't know what to do. Hold on a second here. Should I go back to where I usually go? This is really uncomfortable where I am. All right, we'll try a little bit more here. All righty. So we're starting in Genesis 25:19. I'll bring it over to the Hebrew. We'll bring up our commentaries as we need to. For now, I'll just bring up the Hebrew, Genesis 25:19. This way. Lie down. Hold on one second. I'm going to try something radical here. This is a really uncomfortable position that I'm in. Just 1 second. Put this down here. Okay, this will be interesting. 1 second. I'll put this here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we'll try this. Good enough. Shabbat Shalom, Deborah Palm Tree, Devorah Palm Tree. Okay, this is a little bit more comfortable. Okay, we'll have to go for it. I might just go back to my usual position in the house because where I am is really not that comfortable, but let's try this. Okay. Alrighty then. So where are we? Let me get my mouse. Okay, it's a little bit better. Is the mouse going to work like this? Not really. Hold on. This here? No, that's not comfortable. Oh my god. All right. We'll try it this way. No, that's not going to work. So I'm going to have to use this. All right. Let's try it this way. All right. I may just have to go to my regular position in my house. Okay. So we're in Genesis 25, 19. Did we say? Yes, we did. Genesis 25, 19. And this is not too good either. Okay, so Jacob and Esau. I'm sorry, not Genesis 25. That's the end of our parsha. Wait a second. Where are we again? Move this out of the way. Genesis. Oh, right. Genesis 25 and 19. 25, 19. Yes, that's where we are. So Jacob and Esau. Okay. All right. So just to recap. So in Genesis chapter 24, we have the story of Rivka, of Rebecca. So Abraham's servant goes to find a wife for Isaac, and comes back with Rebecca, with Rivka, and then Rebecca becomes Isaac's wife. So that's what Genesis chapter 24 was about. Before that, we had the life of Sarah, or the death and burial of Sarah, and the purchasing of the cave of Machpelah in Hebron, which still stands today, or the building that was built around it stands today. It's actually built by Herod the Great. And then before that, we have the Akedah, the sacrifice, or the almost sacrifice of Isaac. Okay, so that was last week. So last week mostly focused on Isaac. It's the few chapters in the Torah that actually focus on Isaac. And now we already go past Isaac, and we're going to get into Isaac's sons, Jacob and Esau. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to where I usually sit. Shabbat Shalom. I think I already said that. Okay, you know what? Let's do it this way. I'm gonna go back to where I usually sit because this is just too uncomfortable. So just bear with me here for 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. I just am back in my usual position. I thought I'd try something different today, but it was a failure. It was not a good place to be in. My back had to be like hunched over, and the desk wasn't the right height, and all of this kind of stuff. So now I'm back in my usual place in the house, and it's much more comfortable here. Okay. So, at any rate, yeah, I understand that for people, I can't believe we've been doing this for an hour already. My God, for people in the West, my take on Islam is probably a little bit maybe shocking and even surprising. But yeah, I really believe that our problem is not with the Muslims as a whole. I think the problem is ourselves, and that if we were to follow the Torah, I think that true Torah is much closer to true Islam than we think. And I think actually Islam, if again practiced in a more mild way, as we do see in many places, and even in in many places, would be the least of our problems. I think that the real problem is actually Christianity, because these people are so stuck in their Jesus cult. It's true that the Muslims are stuck in their Muhammad cult, but they do not consider Muhammad to be a god or a son of God. They revere him, and maybe it gets to a point where it's a little bit too close for comfort. It seems like they're worshiping Muhammad, but they don't worship Muhammad. They revere him, and there's a big difference. They are definitely monotheists. Okay, anyway, Genesis chapter 25. Let's do this. So we're picking it up here in Genesis chapter 25, verse 19. Wa'ele Toldot Ishak ben Abraham. Abraham holided Ishak. So now we have the begats of, starting with Isaac, actually with Abraham. So Abraham gave birth to Isaac. The rabbis see in this statement some kind of implication that the Torah is trying to make clear that Isaac is Abraham's son because Abraham was very old. Maybe it's not his son, and they say all kinds of silly things like that. But that's not what's happening here. This is the typical way that the Torah does its begats. It'll mention somebody, and then it'll say who his father is, and then it'll go ahead and do the begats. Okay, let's open up our Robert Alter here just to get commentary. I wish there was someone else sitting here with me, and we could just have a back and forth and a conversation, but there's not, so I've got to have a back and forth with Robert Alter, even though he's not here anyway. Okay. Let me open the file up. So I've got to go to Torah. Toida. Where are we? Desktop. Torah. Yeah, Robert Alter. Okay. And this is Genesis 25. See, I hear that I listen actually to a lot of yeah, of course the rabbis are the problem. Of course. I listen to a lot of Christian content, and the reason I listen to a lot of Christian content is because, first of all, there's a lot of really good content, like I mentioned last week, which has absolutely nothing to do with Christianity. There's some very good biblical archaeologists who happen to be Christians, and I listen to their stuff. And then, of course, at some point they've got to throw in the Jesus stuff, and then I listen to it because the whole thing fascinates me, that they're so stuck in this cult, and I like listening to the way they are stuck in their cult. It actually amazes me that they're so dedicated to this ridiculous Jesus cult, and they actually believe this stuff. And so I like hearing it, so I can A, refute it, and B, just kind of like, I don't know, it just fascinates me that people can be so sure about something that is so false. It just absolutely amazes me. So I do end up listening to to Christian content for that reason. I also listen to some anti-missionary stuff, like Rabbi Tovia Singer. If you ever listen to his stuff, he's actually pretty good. But yeah, I really think our problem is with the Christians, because they're just worshiping a false god, really, and they're so stuck on this crazy concept, and they're so sure of it, and they're so arrogant about it. They just cannot perceive this idea that their God is false, and that the stories they tell about their God are completely false. They just cannot perceive it. So I find it fascinating. Actually, this week I've been listening a lot to the book of Matthew. No, don't worry, I'm not going to become a Christian. I'm not going to go pander to the Christians like unnamed Karaite goes and does. Not in the least. Not in the least. But Christianity is fascinating to me, I have to say. Okay, here we are. So we're in Genesis 25. Let me bring up Robert Alter. Okay. Genesis 25. So, right. Okay. Let's see if we can do it this way. No, I can't. I have to open up. This is a link. I can't say open up a new. All right. So I have to do the same thing. 1 second, please. So we can have the translation and the commentary. Listen, if Israel were to do what it's supposed to do, the bigger the lie, the more people will believe it. Torah thing is awesome, except for all Torah. Yes, exactly. I have a very good friend who's a Karaite who always makes fun of Toby Singer, and he says, Toby Singer wrote a book, or I guess it's his magnum opus, his magnum opus called "Let's Get Biblical," and my friend always makes fun of it and says, no, it should really be called "Let's Get Rabbinical." Okay, but I actually had a very good friend who worked with Tovia Singer. It's kind of like Tovia Singer's assistant. And then this particular friend, whose name was also Tovia or Tuvia, went a little bit cuckoo and whatever. I won't get into it. Poor guy. Anyway, anywho, so 308. Radio. Okay, so here we go. And okay, the lineage of Isaac. So Robert Alter says about this, modern translations that render lineage or begettings as story are misconceived. The formula is pointedly used to suggest a false symmetry with this is the lineage of Ishmael. In this case, the natural chain of procreation is interrupted and can proceed only through the divine intervention, as was true for Abraham. I'm not sure what he's saying there, but that's okay. Half of the time I don't understand what he's saying. I'd have to think about what he's saying there, but let's move on. And okay, verse 20. So we're getting the begats of Abraham and Isaac. I guess what he's saying is actually a very important point. I guess what he's saying is that we did have in the past the begats of Ishmael, right, up above here. But Ishmael is not the path that the blessing that Yahweh gives to the patriarchs takes. The path that the blessing takes is through Isaac. Isaac is going to get the blessing of Abraham. Jacob is going to get the blessing of Isaac. And yes, the other children, meaning Ishmael in the case of Abraham's sons, and Esau in the case of Yitzchak's sons, they are blessed because they are the sons of these great men, but they do not carry on the blessing, the promise given to Abraham. In fact, all of the promises given to Abraham are really only fulfilled through Isaac and Jacob, not through the other children. So, for instance, it's false to say that Ishmael is blessed or is given some great blessing because he is the son of Abraham. Yes, it actually does mention that Ishmael, because he is the son of Abraham, is blessed in being a tribe of nations or great numbers, but that's not the blessing. The promises that are really given to Abraham are only fulfilled through Isaac and through Jacob. and the other parts of the tree that get clipped off, that are not the branch, they're not the branches through which the blessing flows. They are blessed. They get blessing, but they don't get the blessing. Okay, verse 20. Why he is Hak ben Arba'im Shana bikahto id Rivka bat Bituel Arami mi Padan Aram Ahot Lavan Arami lo leisha. So Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rivka, the daughter of Bituel. We explained that Bituel is the son of Nahor. Was it Nahor? I believe the son of Nahor. And no, I'm wrong. Yes, the son of Nahor, because Haran died in Ur Kasdim, and Haran's son was Lot. So again, family tree, just to get things into perspective. Right, so Nahor and Milcah gave birth to Bituel, if I remember correctly. I don't know. I have to go back and look, but anyway, it's all in the family. Okay, Bituel Aramimi Padan Aram Achot Lavan. So Rivka is the sister of Lavan. That's important, and that's mentioned here because of the great role that Lavan is going to take in the future, in the story with Jacob. Arami lo leisha. So basically, Yitzhak marries Rivka at the age of 40, verse 21. Why Yitzhak le Yahweh lenochach ishto hi kara hi v'yater lo Yahweh v'tahar Rivka ishto. So Yitzhak prayed or called out to Yahweh regarding his wife because she was barren. Again, we have all of the matriarchs are barren. Sarah was barren. Rivka is barren. Rachel will be barren. This is to point out that only through the direct intervention or through the miracles of Yahweh were these women able to give birth. This is showing, the Torah is clearly showing the divine intervention in making this family line continue, and that without the direct divine intervention, it would not have continued. And we see that right here. And Yahweh allowed himself to be called out to, or allowed himself to be entreated. Is that a word? To be called out to be prayed to. So we see here this is explicit in the Torah, the direct intervention of Yahweh in making Rivka pregnant. But it's not going to be an easy pregnancy. Verse 22, okay, so you can translate on your own. I'll just point out, because I want to get through the parsha, I'll point out things that I want to point out, okay? So we see here that Rivka, she went to inquire of Yahweh. She is going directly to inquire of Yahweh. And Yahweh answers her. So this means that Rivka is a prophet, a prophetess. We see here she went to inquire of Yahweh, and we see that Yahweh answered her. We omer Yahweh la. That's Genesis 25:23. I wonder if Robert Alter picks up on that. Well, we want to get through, right? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. We can read this very quickly. In the second instance of the Annunciation type scene, okay, so this is going to be here the Annunciation, the real Annunciation. The first Annunciation was that of was when the angel told Abraham that Sarah would give birth to a son at this time next year. That was the Annunciation of Isaac. This is now going to be the Annunciation of Esau and Jacob. And of course, the New Testament picks up on this, and they make up this idea of the Annunciation of Jesus. Okay. Okay. And this is what the New Testament does on purpose. They try to deliberately harken back to the Old Testament to give credence, to give credibility to their New Testament story. And this is what the rabbis do as well. They are constantly trying to hearken back to the Old Testament to give credence to their ridiculous oral law story. Okay, let's even look at that again out of curiosity. I have to put up my disclaimer. Damn, I erased my disclaimer. Let's make a new disclaimer. At times I will discuss or show Christian content. This is for educational purposes. It should be made 100% clear that the whack in no way, shape, or form supports Christianity, Messianic Judaism, or any other similar philosophies. Okay. Times. Okay, let's try that. Let's put that up. It's for educational purposes only. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, darn. What did I do here? Okay, fine. So we can leave that up. Okay, so let's look just for fun. If we go to the book of Matthew, and why do I have to do this? Because of this idiot Karaite that's running around pandering to the Christians. Okay, so no, I can just do it directly from Bible Hub. Matthew. So we have here that, that's Greek. We don't want that. Oh my. Let's try that again. And the thing I want to point out here is, let's see, we're going to get English. NIV. Okay. Where is it? Oh, I don't remember where it is. All right, forget it. Screw it. Okay. Anyway, let's go on. I could take down my disclaimer. Maybe it's not in Matthew. All right. Let's go on. All right. So, Wayomer Yahweh la shnei. So this is what God answers Rivka. Shnei goyim bebitneh u'shnei leumim mima'ich yeparedu u'leum mil'um yamas warav ya'avod sayir. So Yahweh says, so remember Rivka went and inquired of Yahweh. Yahweh answers, there are two nations in your womb, in your belly, and the Hebrew word for nations is goyim. You've heard of the word maybe goy or goyim. In modern Hebrew parlance, goy is usually a derogatory word for a non-Jew, maybe a kind of equivalent to the N word for black people. But in biblical Hebrew, the word goy is not that at all. A goy just means a nation. Israel is called a goy many times. Goy gadol, a great nation, for instance. So there are two nations in your womb, and two peoples will separate out of your Ma'im is your innards, your loins. Ule'um ele'um yamatz, v'rav ya'avod sa'ir. And one nation will be stronger or greater than the other nation. V'rav ya'avod sa'ir. And the older one, or the greater one, in this case it really means the older one, will serve the younger one. Okay? So this is the prophecy that the prophet Rivka gets back from Yahweh. Rivka feels that something is going on. She feels that there's a lot going on inside her belly, okay, and it's driving her nuts. She inquires of Yahweh, and this is what she gets back. So we basically have two fetuses fighting inside the belly already of Rivka, and that we see here. They were running around or wreaking havoc in Bekirba, in her belly or inside her, in her innards. Okay, and this is a prophecy we get back that two nations are going to separate out of her womb, and the older one is going to serve the younger one. The older one, of course, is going to be Esau, and the younger one is going to be greetings from your favorite Jesus. Hey, Marianne, you'll give up Jesus one day. You will. You'll see the light. It's a crutch, Marianne. It's we all need a daddy that we can see and touch and feel, and so Christians have come up with a daddy that they can see and touch and feel. You can look at a picture of Jesus and say, "Oh, that looks like that's daddy. I can cuddle up in his arms and feel safe." We Israelites, we Jews, don't give ourselves that luxury of making a form or a figure for our God, because we know our God is above and beyond all of that. We don't need to turn him into a form or a figure that we can visualize on this earth to make us, falsely, give us this false sense of security. And I don't blame you for being Christian. In fact, as I said, many people in the study came out of Christianity. I totally understand it. I really do. If I were not a Jew, maybe I'd be a Christian. How do they say the queen was a guy? How does it say it? If the queen was the king, no. What is it? If the queen had balls, she'd be the king. All right. Well, if I were not a Jew, maybe I'd be a Christian. Who knows? But I can't give myself the luxury of making a false daddy figure to make me feel happy and secure and safe, that I could look at and say, "Oh, this is what daddy looks like." Okay? Our true father is above and beyond all of that. He's so great that he cannot be encapsulated in a physical form, human or otherwise. And that's the whole point. That's maybe one of the basic lessons that the Torah tries to teach. So when you're ready to give up, Marianne, that childish, need for a daddy figure, a picture of a daddy that you can see and touch and feel, when you're ready to be mature enough, and I don't really mean to, I'm sorry if I'm insulting you. I don't mean it as an insult. I mean it as kind of a wake-up call. When you're ready to give up that crutch of having to rely on some imaginary daddy, then the truth hurts. And really accept as your true father someone who is so strong and so powerful and so above and beyond anything and everything that we can conceive of in this world, that he cannot be encapsulated in physical form. Then you will actually not be giving something up, but you'll be gaining something. You'll be gaining as your father, the true creator of heaven and earth. And that's when you'll really find your power, in my opinion. Okay. All right. Verse 24. So, okay, you can all translate on your own. I'll just paraphrase. When it came time for her to give birth, behold, there were twins in her coming out of her belly or in her belly. Verse 25, ויצא הראשון אדמוני כולו כעדרת שיער ויקראו שמו עשו. And the first one came out red, ruddy, they usually translated that, but red, kulo, completely red, aderet se'ar, as a cloak, or as a hairy cloak. In other words, he came out and he was completely covered with red hair. So he is red and he's hairy. Kind of like, I don't know, who's red and hairy? Donald Trump. So, but no, I love Donald Trump. I am a huge Donald Trump fan. So when I say that, please don't think I'm comparing him to Asaph. Donald Trump is the man. I love that guy. And he's super pro-Jewish and pro-Israel. For God's sakes, his own daughter has converted to Jewish, and his own grandchildren are bloodline Israelites, because that idiot that she married, that what's his face again? Jared, whatever. What's his name again? Thank God I forgot his last name. But that idiot is Jewish, so that means that the grandchildren are bloodline Jewish, because it goes to the father, not the mother. And his daughter is converted to Judaism and has Jewish children. So obviously, he loves the Jews. Okay, so anywho. So yeah, so he came out looking kind of like Donald Trump, red and hairy. Let's see how Robert Alter gives us that one. That's 25. And the first one came out ruddy, like a hairy mantle all over, and they called his name Esau. And these translations, I don't know what is a mantle, for God's sakes. For once, they usually translate it as a mantle. I think it's like a cloak. Define mantle. Okay, so there we go. A loose, sleeveless cloak or shawl worn especially by women. Okay. An important role or responsibility that passes from one person to another. The second son is now assumed the father's mantle. So the mantle's like a sign of sovereignty or a sign of power. Cloak or envelope. Heavy mists mantled the forested slope. So this is a mantle, yeah? Okay. You know, it's funny because you go through, I mean, no, that's, I wonder why they call that the mantle. Okay, so that's a mantle. Okay, mantle, clothing. Okay, so I guess that's a mantle. You can order it on Amazon, for God's sakes. Worked mantle, cosplay, oh God. Costume, men's vampire cape, costume, red, black cloak. Okay, well, anybody want to order it? It's on Amazon. So that's a mantle. Okay. So yeah, so you'd say Harishon admonikulo ki aderet. And let's look at this word in the Hebrew. The word is aderet. So a glory cloak. Let's see where it appears. Kesef et aderet. Okay. No, I won't chase it down now. Okay. So like a hairy cloak. Let's go with cloak. Like a cloak of hair. So there are two characteristics of Esau. He's red. His hair is red, and he's hairy. And this is going to manifest itself in the names that he's called. Okay, so he is later called Edom, E-D-O-M. The Edomites are the descendants of Esau. In fact, we'll see he's actually explicitly called Edom. And he's from the Har Seir, from the mountain country of Seir. Seir is his homeland, and Seir is from this. Seir means hairy. So he's red and he's hairy. Okay, and his name was called Esau. Okay, let's get a little bit of commentary here. Rebecca's cry, then why me? It's from verse 22. Rebecca's cry of perplexity and anguish over this difficult pregnancy is terse to the point of being elliptical. Her words might even be considered as a broken off sentence. Then why am I? Okay. The elder will be the younger slave. That's verse 23. Richard Elliott Friedman, whoever that is, has made the interesting suggestion that the Hebrew oracle here has the ambiguity of its Delphic counterpart. The Hebrew syntax leaves unclear which noun is subject and which is object. The elder shall serve the younger, or the elder, the younger shall serve. Okay. I don't know what that means. It's Delphic counterpart. Let's look that up. The Oracle of Delphi or something. I don't know. Ruddy, like a hairy mantle, Esau. So this is our verse here. There's an odd displacement of etymology in the naming sentence, perhaps because the writer was not sure what Esau actually meant. Ruddy, Adom, refers to another name for Esau, Adom, as in verse 30. And the hairy component of the mantle simile, Se'ar, refers to Edom's territory, Seir. So that's what we just mentioned. Okay, that these two characteristics, red and hairy, are going to appear in the story of Esau and his descendants. Okay. Verse 25. We did 25. 26. So Esau comes out first. Baharechen yasa achiu wa yado hazed be akev Esau. ויקרא שמו יעקב וישחק בן 60 שנה בלדת אותם. So afterwards, his brother came out. His hand was grasping Esau's ankle. So they called his name Yaakov. So we'll talk about what that means in a second. Yitzchak ben Shishim Shana beledet otam. Yitzchak was 60 years old when he gave birth to them. He didn't literally give birth to them, but that's the way the Torah says it, when he gave birth to them, or when they were born, maybe. So Yaakov, he's called Yaakov because he's grasping the akev, the heel of Esau. So Yaakov could be translated here as something like he who grasps the heel, or he who will grasp the heel. Now, later on, pretty soon, when we speak about Yaakov taking the birthright of Esau, then Esau is going to come back to this name, to this word, and well, we'll see when we get to it. Okay. They call his name Jacob. The Masoretic text has a singular verb, but some manuscript versions have the plural, as when the same phrase is used for Esau. In the sentence, the etymology is transparent. Yaakov, Jacob, and Akev, heel. The grabbing of the heel by the younger twin becomes a kind of emblem of their future relationship, and the birth, like the oracle, again invokes the struggle against primogeniture, which means primogeniture means firstborn, or being the firstborn. The original meaning of the name Jacob was probably something like God protects or God follows after. Okay. Isaac was 60 years old. With the most deft economy of delayed exposition, the narrator reveals that Rebecca has been childless for 20 years, an extraordinarily long period for a woman to suffer what is, in an ancient setting, an acutely painful predicament. Okay. Because we know that Yitzhak was 40 years old when he married Rivka. That's right here in verse 20. Okay. Verse 27. What יגדלו הנערים ויהי עשו איש יודע ציד ואיש שדה ויעקב איש תם יושב אוכלים. So the youths, the boys grew up, and Esau became a ish yodet tzayid, ish sadeh, a man who knew how to hunt, a skilled hunter. Ish sadeh, a man of the field, meaning a man who went out into the field and hunted, a skilled hunter. Yaakov ish tam, and Yaakov was a simple, innocent, a pure person. Yoshev ohalim, who dwelled in tents, or who sat in tents. What does that mean? Well, they want to basically retroactively make Jacob into what they are, right? Which is they sit and study all day long. But that's not what this means. And how do we know this? Because we have this phrase, if I could just find it for a second. In Genesis chapter 4, verse 20. So here we have the generations. Let me just bring up the English. So here's the story of Cain and Abel. And here are the descendants of Cain. Oh, my battery's about to go dead. I'll have to plug it. Here are the descendants of Cain. So let me just make this point, and then I'll plug in. And then we get down the begats, and we have Lamech eventually, and then he has 2 wives, and Adah gives birth to Yaval. He was the father of those who live in tents and raise livestock. And let's look at that in the Hebrew. It's Genesis 4:20. Okay. So today Adah et Yabal. So Adah gave birth to Yabal, who Haya Avi, and he was the father, the progenitor of those who Avi Yoshev Ohel Umikne, of those who dwell in tents and deal with livestock. So we see clearly here that Yoshev Ohel Umikne means one who is basically a shepherd, one who is who shepherds flocks or deals with livestock. Okay, and that's the same phrase here, Yoshev Ohel Umikne. Again, if we get an English translation for that, that's Genesis 4:20. Okay, he was the father of those who live in tents and raise livestock. Hebrew, once again, is Yoshev Ohel Umikne. Can you? I'm sorry, 1 second, please. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so we see this phrase here, Yoshev Ohel, as one who dwells in tents and deals with livestock. And that's what it means here. Okay, he was a simple person who, Yoshev Ohalim, he dwelt in tents, meaning he dealt with livestock. He was a shepherd. That's what it means. Esav was this kind of wild man who went out and hunted. He was a man of the field, and the field always, sadeh implies like the open field, like the unsettled land. Okay, he was kind of a wild man. Whereas Yaakov was more simplistic, more simple. He didn't go out and hunt. He just dwelled in tents. He was a shepherd. He took care of livestock. Okay, let me plug in. So just give me a minute here because the battery's about to go. Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay, we're plugged in. Jacob was nerdy and Esau was a redneck, maybe. See, that's what the rabbis want to say. That Jacob was, I'm not sure where you heard that, Whitey boy, but that Jacob was, like a scholar. Like he would just sit and read all day long. And that's not what it's saying. It says he was a shepherd. So he wasn't a hunter. He wasn't like a, wild man who went out and hunted. I guess maybe there's some implication of him being less violent than Esau in that sense. Maybe nerdy. I don't know if I'd call it nerdy, but definitely not a wild man, right? More domesticated, less violent, maybe something along those lines. Let's see what Robert Alter has to say about that. Let me close all these windows out. 28, a simple man, he translates it as. The Hebrew adjective tam suggests integrity or even innocence. In biblical idiom, the heart can be crooked. And the idiomatic antonym is pureness or innocence, tone of heart. There may well be a complicating irony in the use of this epithet for Jacob, since his behavior is very far from simple or innocent in the scene that is about to unfold. Okay. All right. Okay. So, right, we have the two children born, Esau and Yaakov. Verse 29. Yazed Yaakov Nazir, Yavo Esau, Mina Sadebuhu Ayef. So Yaakov had prepared a porridge, Nazir. Yavo Esau, Mina Sadebuhu Ayef. And Esau came in from the field, came in from hunting, and he was tired. Okay. Verse 30. Wayomer Esau El Yaakov. Ha li'i teni na min ha'adom hazeh ki ayef anochi akin karosh shmo Edom. And Esau said to Yaakov, can you give me a bite to eat from this red from this red stuff that you made. Ha'adom, meaning this red stuff. Again, we have repetition. Repetition represents emphasis. So from this very red stuff, because I'm very tired. Therefore, his name was called Edom. Okay, so let's explain what's going on here. So first of all, it's usually called a lentil stew. It doesn't say anything here about lentils. Lentils are mentioned in the Torah, but there's nothing here that mentions lentils. Let's see what the BDB says. Things out are boiled kind of leguminous food. Object of yazed. So the translator here is a stew. Okay. However, whatever the stew was, it was red, and red doesn't always mean red like like the color of a stoplight or a stop sign. Red can mean brown. It's related to the word adama, Adam, which means the earth. So earthen colored might be a better way to describe it, or brown. So I'm not sure where the idea that this is lentils comes from. That's usually the way it's understood as a lentil stew. But there's nothing anywhere here that says anything about lentils. Okay. However, it is red, and it says Ki ayef anochi al ken kara shemo Edom, and that's why, and because of this, his name was called Edom. So now we have a phenomenon that we see again and again and again in the Torah. This phenomenon is that we have multiple reasons given for the name of a person. So this is the first time that it's mentioned that Esav is called Edom. Edom means the red one or the ruddy one. But this is a completely different reason. Remember, when he was born, it says that he came out like a he was, here it is. He was red. He was completely red, or he was red, and he was like a hairy mantle. So he came out covered with red hair. Okay? And it doesn't say anything at this point that that's why he was called Edom. But we have again this theme of red connected to Esau. Okay, this theme of red, and it says that because he came back and he requested a bite from this red porridge, from this red stew, that therefore his name was called Edom. His name was called redness. Okay, but that's two reasons. One, he came in starving and asked for the red stew, which is going to be given to him in return for his birthright. And number two, because he came out of his mother Rebecca or Rivka's womb like a hairy red cloak. In other words, covered with red hair. So we have two names or two reasons given for his name Edom. And this is very common in the Tanakh. For instance, Beersheba, the place name, it speaks about 7 wells, Sheva, and it speaks also about an oath, Shavua. And those are two reasons for the same name. We see this again and again in the Torah, that there are multiple reasons that a name is given, not just one reason. Okay. So remember this theme of red and hairy, because it's going to come up again and again when we're dealing with Esau. Now, another thing, what is going on here? Oh, no. It's not freezing up again, is it? Shoot. There we go. Stupid thing is freezing up. I don't know why it decides to do it all of a sudden, but it's doing it. All right. I just got to wait a second. Hello. One second. Okay, is it back to normal? No, I don't know what's going on here. It's frozen. Damn it. Pisses me off. One second. Try to let it see if it unfreezes itself. Frozen. Am I back? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Yeah, Chrome froze up again, even though I completely uninstalled it and reinstalled it. You guys can hear me? Okay. So, ויאמר יעקב מכרה היום את בכורתך לי. So Jacob said, sell me today your birthright, your status as the firstborn. Now, let me just see something here. I guess it's kind of a poetic form. It doesn't matter. I'm just looking at something for myself. 1 second. All right, 1 second here. I would skip verse 28. Not sure why. So Yitzhak loved Esau because the hunt was in his mouth. In other words, he brought back his father Yitzhak from the animals that he hunted. Rivka ohevet Yaakov, but Rivka loved Jacob. In other words, they each had their own favorite son. Yitzhak's favorite son was Esau, and Rivka's favorite son was Jacob, and that's just the way it is. Okay. So sell me your birthright. And again, let's try to get a little bit of commentary here. So this is that verse. The Hebrew says literally for the game in his mouth. It is unclear whether the idiom suggests Esau as a kind of lion bringing home game in its mouth, or rather bringing game to put in his father's mouth. I think the latter. The almost grotesque concreteness of the idiom may be associated with the absurdity of the material reason for Isaac's paternal favoritism. Pointedly, no reason is assigned for Rebekah's love of Jacob in the next clause. Okay? Jacob prepared a stew. Or Chaim, the 18th century Hebrew commentary, brilliantly suggests that Jacob, seeing that Esau had won their father's heart with food, tries to compete by preparing his own hearty vegetarian culinary offering. I'm not sure I buy that, but okay. I mean, that explanation. Okay, although the Hebrew of the dialogues in the Bible reflects the same level of normative literary language as the surrounding narration, here the writer comes close to assigning substandard Hebrew to the rude Esau. The famished brother cannot even come up with ordinary Hebrew word for stew, nazid, and instead points to the bubbling pot impatiently as literally this red. The verb he uses for gulping down occurs nowhere else in the Bible, and that's this verb right here. So you can only get it really from the context and other perhaps ways of analysis. But this is a word that occurs only once. It's a hapax legomenon. It's a word that only occurs once in the Tanakh. Oops, I'm not sharing this correctly. Window, Toyota, share. It's better. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We're reading the commentary here. But in rabbinic Hebrew, it's reserved for the feeding of animals. Who cares about rabbinic Hebrew? This may be evidence for Abba ben David's contention that the rabbinic Hebrew developed from biblical vernacular that was excluded from literary usage. In this instance, the writer would have exceptionally allowed himself to introduce the vernacular term for animal feeding. Okay, I'm going to skip all of that. And we mentioned that. Okay. Yomer Yaakov Michra Kayom et Bechorotcha li. So Yaakov requests from Esau to sell his birthright to him. In other words, Esau was the firstborn. The firstborn gets the double portion. The firstborn gets the is the continuation of his father. And now here Esau and Yaakov make a deal. When Yomer Esau, Hine, Anochi holech lamut, Ulama zeh li bechora. So a paraphrase, Esau says, I'm going to die, so what use to me is the birthright? So Esau agrees to the deal. Wayomer Yaakov, Ish ab'a li kayom, Ish ab'a lo. And he said to, and Yaakov said, swear to me today, and he swore to him. And he sold his birthright to Jacob. Yaakov Nathan le'Esau lehem nazid and dashim. Oh, okay, so it does mention here lentils too. Nazid adashim v'yochal v'yesh v'yakam v'yelech v'yelach v'yibez Esau et ha'bechora. So here it does mention lentil stew. So it is a lentil stew. Okay. So the overall thing I want to say here is that I've heard this from so many commentaries, including a lot of rabbinical commentaries, that try to imply that Jacob is somehow dishonest, that he's sneaky, that he stole the birthright from Esau. But is this true? In my opinion, absolutely not. Okay? The one who's problematic is Esau. Esau is the one who has no respect for the birthright, so little respect for his status as firstborn son, in continuing in his father Isaac's mission, that he's willing to sell his birthright for a pot of lentil stew. And we see that here in verse 34. And speaking about Esau, he ate and he drank and he got up and he went away and he left. And in doing so, Esau disparaged or gave no value, showed that he had no value for the birthright. So it's Esau who's the problematic one. If Esau is willing to sell his birthright for a bowl of lentil stew and not even think twice about it until later on it comes back to bite him, then why is Jacob the problematic one? Esau is the problematic one, and I don't think Jacob did anything wrong. Jacob realized that that Esau was not I believe, I'm again extrapolating here, but I think that Jacob clearly recognized that he was not the proper continuation of his father, that this was a very impetuous kind of person, a violent person. We saw the contrast. He was a person that was a hunter that went out into the field, whereas Jacob was a simple person who shepherded livestock. Okay, so we see a contrast, and clearly, it seems to me that Jacob recognized that Esau was not the proper continuation of his father Isaac, and therefore felt that he should acquire the birthright. And it's Esau's problem for selling it to him for nothing. Okay, if someone walks up to you and says, I don't know, I'm gonna sell you this iPhone for $2 because it's a piece of crap and I want the latest iPhone or something like that, and you buy the iPhone for $2, have you done anything wrong? No, you haven't done anything wrong. The person who's taken his iPhone, which maybe is worth, I don't know, $500, and sold it to you for $2 because he wants the latest iPhone, and anything less than the latest iPhone is worthless to him, that's the problematic one, not you. All you did was just, go along with what he's willing to offer. And I think it's the same thing here. So this whole narrative, yeah, Esau had problematic character flaws. Absolutely. So I think this whole narrative that Jacob is somehow a deceptive person is absolutely incorrect. Jacob is a very innocent person, as it says. Ishtam Yeshevo Halim, an innocent or a simple person who dwelled in tents, who was a shepherd. And he's dealing with a very crooked person, with this guy Esau, who is clearly has a problematic personality, as Zuriel says. And he's just trying to survive. He's like the sheep among the wolves, just trying to survive. I think all of us in this day and age, where the world is so messed up, I know for myself, certainly, I feel like a sheep among the wolves, and I have to do things that are a little bit sneaky or nasty sometimes to survive in this, cruel and screwed up world. I won't get into details, but we all have to do things in this world sometimes to survive. That doesn't make us dishonest. It makes us. It actually kind of makes us honest in the sense that we're just, dealing with the dishonesty around us in a way that is not going to allow us to be taken advantage of. I know, being very vague. I don't want to give specific examples, and it's, believe me, nothing too horrible. But certainly, I'm not going to spend my life as someone who I believe is a good and innocent person being constantly taken advantage of by the cruel world around me. And I think that's the kind of dynamic between Esav and Yaakov. Okay, that Yaakov is an innocent, straightforward, honest, simple person. A gentle person. Esau is just a violent red. He's called Edom. I think that also maybe hearkening back to his violence, blood, Edom. The word for blood is dam, which is probably very possibly related to the word Edom for red. So there's something violent and bloody about him. And Esau is just, he is using his smarts, his brains, to wrest control away from someone who he really feels doesn't deserve it because of his character flaws. And I just, for years, decades, have heard this narrative that Esau is somehow, or Jacob is somehow a dishonest, sneaky person, and that is not true. And one of my favorite verses, if I can remember the chapter and verse, boy, I always forget. I should memorize chapter and verse with crooked. He shows himself. So we find it. There it is. Psalm 18. Psalm 18:26. Let's bring that up. Let me close this. Let me close this. Psalm 18:26. U.S. like the time of Noah. Okay. Psalm 18:26. Okay, so this is speaking about God, about Yahweh. Im navar tit barar. So with a straightforward person, you will be clear, you will be straightforward. Wa im ekesh tit patal. And with a crooked person, you will be crooked. This is speaking about God. So even God is crooked with crooked people. He's straightforward with straightforward people, with honest people, and he's sneaky or crooked with crooked people. Okay, I think one of the things that represents or that characterizes good, innocent people is that they reflect back, or they should reflect back to a person what they're like. If someone is good, they'll be good to them. If someone is bad, they'll be bad to them. Evil people are just the opposite. They're good to the bad people and they're bad to the good people. They reflect the opposite of the person they're dealing with. And I think this characterizes Jacob. Here, Jacob is just reflecting back to Esau what Esav's personality already is. Esav is a crooked person, and so Jacob is correctly so acting sneaky or crooked with him. Okay, let's get a little commentary. Each of Jacob's words, in striking contrast to Esav's impetuous speech, is carefully weighed and positioned, with me held back until the end of the sentence. If Esav seems too much a creature of the imperious body to deserve the birthright, the dialogue suggests at the same time that Jacob is a man of legalistic calculation. Perhaps this is a quality needed to get and hold on to the birthright, but it hardly makes Jacob sympathetic, and moral ambiguities will pursue him in the story. I disagree. I think it makes Jacob very sympathetic, and I don't think there are any moral ambiguities in the story at all. And again, that's the general narrative, that Jacob is somehow doing something wrong. I don't think that that's the case. Okay, the cat is at the door trying to get in, so let's just let him in. Poor little guy. Hold on a second. Be right back. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. As long as you relax, come. Come. You're hungry? I'll give you a little. One second. Come here. Come here. Come on. Here. Watch it. Okay. There you go. Okay. All right, so that's the end of chapter 25. So 26, 27, and then part of 28. I gotta fly. Okay, any questions, any comments? You're lucky the cat lets you, I know, right? Not one, we have 3 cats. We found them abandoned. Each one of them is little kittens. I mean, this little guy would have died, so we basically had no choice. Probably would have died. And the first one we have also almost definitely would have died. So it's almost like they we had no choice but to take them, and they're wonderful, wonderful cats, I have to say. Okay. Cats are amazing creatures. I just absolutely love cats. I had a cat when I was growing up, and I mean, I just love cats. They're so interesting. You could sit and watch them for like hours. They're never boring. Okay. Okie doke. So we're in Genesis 26. ויהי רעב בארץ מלבד הרעב הראשון אשר היה בימי אברהם, וילך יצחק אל אבימלך מלך פלישתים גררה. Okay, so now Isaac is going to Gerar. Let's add this to our. Let's do it this way. Torah stuff, recent. Torah sheets. Hello. Okay. So we have our patriarchal journeys. Let's wait for this to come up. Okay. Go here. There we go. Where is it? Patriarch journeys. So now we have Yitzhak. This is Genesis 26:1. What, Shoshi boy? Come here. Come on. Come on. Come here, you. Come here, little guy. There you go. Genesis 26:1. And he goes to Gerar. Let's see here. Where were we? So Genesis 26:1. Shoshi boy, what do you want now? What, sweetheart? You have food right there. What, baby? Gerar. So same place that Abraham had gone in Genesis 20. And this is so this is another famine like there was in the days of Abraham, where he goes to Avimelech. Okay, now the cat's going a little bit crazy. I have to put it back out. Come here, you. I'm sorry, I gotta put the cat back. What, Shoshi boy? What do you want, sweetheart? What? Come here. Come here. Out. Okay. So Isaac goes to Avimelech in Gerar. So another famine. Let's see how we can mark this. Another famine, or let's just say another famine, like as in the time of Abraham. Isaac goes to Avimelech. See Genesis chapter 20. Okay, so let's look at that very briefly. So if we go to Genesis chapter 20, let me close this off. I'll just do the English to make it go quick. So we have in Genesis 20, Abraham moved on from there into the region of the Negev and lived between Kadesh and Shur. For a while he stayed in Gerar. And there Abraham said of his wife Sarah, she's my sister. Then Avimelech, king of Gerar, sent for Sarah and took her. So we have this whole story that that Abraham says that Sarah is his sister. And that's in Genesis 20. Okay. And now we have again, but that's not what this is referring to, actually. Okay, hold on a second. This is referring to the first famine. So that's when Abraham goes down to Egypt. So let's see where that is. Egypt. So that's in Genesis 12. So Genesis 12. Okay, so here we have in Genesis 12, verse 10. Genesis chapter 12, verse 10. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to live there for a while because the famine was severe. As he was about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, I know what a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, this is his wife. Then they will kill me, but let you live. Say you are my sister, so that I will be treated well for your sake, and my life will be spared because of you. When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw Sarai was a very beautiful woman, and when Pharaoh's officials saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh, and she was taken into his palace. He treated Avram well for her sake. And Avram acquired sheep and cattle, male and female donkeys, male and female servants, and camels. But the Lord inflicted serious disease on Pharaoh and his household because of Avram's wife Sarai. So Pharaoh summoned Avram. Why have you done? What have you done to me? He said, why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister, so that I took her to be my wife? Now then, here is your wife. Take her and go. And Pharaoh gave orders about Avram to his men, and they sent him on his way with his wife and everything he had. So then he leaves Egypt. So he went from Egypt back up to the Negev. Okay, so there's two stories that are being referred to from here, which are kind of mixed together. Okay, so it speaks about the first famine. So the first famine is Genesis chapter 12. Abram at that time, and Sarah go down to Egypt. Abraham asks Sarah to say that Sarah is his sister, and then Pharaoh takes Sarah into his house, and because he thinks that Sarah is an unmarried woman, and so on. And then we have in Genesis chapter 20, we have a similar story. It is not speaking about a famine. So Abram ends up near this place Gerar, and then the same story happens this time with this Avimelech fellow. And then Avimelech and Avram kind of settle things. And then we have here in Genesis 26, we have another famine, and he doesn't go down, and Isaac doesn't go down to Egypt. He goes back to this Avimelech dude. Okay, just to put things in order there. Okay. ויירא אליו יחווה ויאמר אל תרד מצרימה שכון בארץ אשר אומר אליך. And so Yahweh appears to Isaac and says to him, do not go down to Egypt, because his father Abraham went down to Egypt when there was a famine. Shchon ba'aretz, and in the end, Jacob is actually going to go down to Egypt because of a famine. So it's interesting. Abraham goes down to Egypt because of a famine. All three patriarchs have to move because of a famine. Abraham goes down to Egypt with Sarah, has the whole incident with Pharaoh, and then is sent away. Isaac also encounters a famine, and now he's told explicitly, don't go down to Egypt. So it seems like the place where the patriarchs think to go when there's a famine is down to Egypt. Why Egypt? Why is Egypt not usually affected by a famine? We've seen this before, or we've spoken about this before, that Egypt is watered like a vegetable garden. The Nile overflows, and it's a consistent overflowing each spring. So it's not susceptible to famine the way that the land of Israel is. Okay, we saw this in two places. We spoke about this. First of all, we see this in the story of Lot, because Lot requests when he sees the plain of the Jordan, and he says that it's like the garden of it's like the garden of Yahweh. Let's see if we can find that actually. No, I'm not going to dig it up right now. I'm trying to remember exactly. Does it mention Egypt there? Maybe it's in case of Tzor. I don't know. My memory's escaping right now. But another place is in the book of Deuteronomy, where it speaks about the land of Israel not being like the land of Egypt, which is watered like a vegetable garden. in the land of Israel, it says that it's a land of hills and a land of valleys and a land of natural springs, and it's a land that the eyes of Yahweh are on the land from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. In other words, you cannot rely like you can in Egypt. In Egypt, you can rely each spring on the flooding of the Nile, and then the whole place floods. It's like a garden that's automatically watered. But in the land of Israel, there's not that same consistency. There's not that same reliability each year, and it relies on the rain from the heavens, and therefore it's more susceptible. The land of Israel, because it's a hilly land, is more, and because it doesn't have the Nile River or something equivalent, it's more susceptible to famine. And so when a famine occurs, the one reliable place that seems to be in that region where you can go to avoid the famine is down to Egypt, because Egypt is once again a place that has the flooding of the Nile. It's like a vegetable garden that's watered by the flooding of the Nile. It's this flat region around the Nile River. Okay. Okay, verse 3. Gur ba'aretz hazot va'hyeh imcha ve'avarchecha ki lecha ולזרעך אתן את כל הארצות האל והקים אותי את השבועה אשר נשבעתי לאברהם אביך. So live in this land, or dwell in this land. In other words, don't go down to Egypt, stay in the land of Israel, and I will be with you. Okay, you don't have to worry, you don't have to be like your father Abraham, who ran down to Egypt when there was a famine. Stay here, I'm going to be with you, I'll take care of you, and I will bless you. Because to you and your seed I will give you of all of these lands, and I will establish the oath which I swore to Abraham your father. In other words, what this is saying is that Isaac is now going to receive the oath, or is going to receive the promise that God made to Abraham. That's now going to go through Isaac. And this is related to the previous chapter where we saw that Esau has already sold his birthright. So right after Esau sells his birthright, I don't know about right after, but after Esau sells his birthright, God speaks to Isaac and says, you're the one who's going to receive the blessing that I gave to Abraham. You're going to receive the oath. You're going to be the recipient of the oath. And what was the oath? That you're going to inherit this land, that you're going to your seed is going to be like the stars in the sky. This is the oath. This is the promise that is going to go through Isaac, not through Esau. And this is after Isaac has already purchased the birthright from Esau. So everything is kind of coming together. Jacob purchases the birthright from Esau, and now Isaac one second. Right, and now Isaac is being told okay, so this is not the birthright. I'm sorry, this is his father Isaac, but Isaac is being told that Abraham's blessing, or the oath given to Abraham, is now going to pass through Isaac. So now it's passed on to the next generation. Eventually, it's going to pass through Yaakov. That's the way I would kind of sum it up. Okay. Okay, verse 4. וירביתי את זרעך ככוכבי שמיים ונתתי לזרעך את כל הארצות האל. So I will multiply your seed like the stars in the heaven. That's again hearkening back to Genesis 15, when Yahweh says to Abraham, look up in the sky and count the stars if you can, so shall be your descendants. And I will give to your seed all of these lands, all of this land. Okay. And so what is the seed that he's talking about? He's not talking about Esau. He's now talking about Jacob. And this is what's relating back to the previous chapter, that Jacob has now purchased the birthright from Esau. Okay. So this is going to go through Jacob. It's not going to go through Esau. And through your seed, all of the nations of the earth will be blessed. asher shama'a Avraham b'koli, because, or as a result of the fact that Abraham listened to my voice, Oishmor mishmarti miswotai chukotai v'torotai, and he kept my guard, my watch, kept my guard, my commandments, my statutes, and my instructions. And the rabbis like to make a big deal that these mean different things. Mishmarti, mitzvotai, chukotai, v'torotai. They do. It's true. But really, they are synonymous enough. They're similar enough to each other that really it's, again, poetic repetition. In other words, you listen to every single thing that I asked you to do. Okay? All right. Verse 6. Vayeshev Yitzchak b'Gerar. So Yitzchak dwelled in Gerar. So now he's down in Gerar with this dude Avimelech. Vayish elu anshe hamakom leishto. Vayomer ahoti hi yare lemor ishti pen yaharguni anshe hamakom al rivka ki tovat mare uhi. So now we have a repetition. Isaac does the same thing that his father Abraham does. Abraham did it twice. Abraham did it once when he went down to Egypt. He did it a second time when he was among Avimelech. Whether this is the same Avimelech or maybe his son, who knows? But again, now Yitzchak goes to Avimelech in Gerar and comes up with the same story. So nothing has really changed. He feels that the only way he can protect himself and his wife is by telling the inhabitants there that Rivka is actually his sister rather than his wife. The same thing that we saw in Genesis chapter 20 that Abraham did. Okay. Wa'yehi ki archu lo sham yamim. Yeshkif Avimelech melech Plishtim ba'ad halon wayar wahine Yitzchak mitzahek et Rivka ishto. So when he was there for a long time, I'm going to paraphrase. Avimelech looked through his window, or maybe not through his window, maybe through Isaac's window. And he saw that he looked and he saw that Isaac was literally playing with his wife Rivka. Okay, so what does that mean? Playing in this case, mitzahek, clearly means playing in a way that only a husband and a wife would play. Right? You can use your imagination, but they were doing things you wouldn't do with your sister unless you're a really sick mother, person. But I like Karaite explanations. I'm not a member of religion. I believe in Yeshua. When I was 12 as a Catholic, couldn't stay in the Catholic Church. All kinds of churches in 2005 when okay, welcome Net Slavy. Welcome. Baruchim habayim, barucha haba. Okay, so in this case, mitzahek clearly means to play in a, to horseplay or to play in a manner that clearly only a husband and wife would play in, right? Who knows what they were doing? Doesn't mean, they were going at it, and maybe they were making out, or who knows, right? It doesn't matter. There is one Karaite who says that therefore this word, whenever you see the word mitzachek, it always means play in a sexual manner. That is absolutely not true. You can see in other cases where the word is not used in a sexual manner. At any rate, and that Karaite is just trying to, I don't know what he's trying to do, honestly. I guess just make a name for himself by being controversial or something like that. But we won't get into that right now. In this case, it clearly doesn't mean in a sexual, or at least in a physical manner that would not be appropriate for a brother and a sister. We also see the word mitzachek right next to the word Yitzchak. So we see that Yitzchak, which means he will laugh, is always associated with laughter or play or playfulness. And again, mitzachek is that same root, tzachak tzadi hat kuf, which means to play or to laugh. Verse 9, ויקרא אבימלך ליצחק, ויאמר, הנה אשתך היא, ואיך אמרת אחותי היא, ויאמר אליהו יצחק, כי אמרתי פן אמות עליה. And so Avimelech calls out to Yitzhak, or calls for Yitzhak, and says, why did you say this is your wife? I'm sorry. Well, clearly this is your wife. Why did you say this, that she was your sister? Again, I'm paraphrasing. And he said to him, and Yitzhak said to him, said to Avimelech, Ki amarti pen amut aleha. I said, meaning I said to myself, or I reasoned to myself that I might die, that otherwise I would die because of her. In other words, I said that she was my wife, and I might die because of her. Same story as his father, Avraham. It's almost word for word. No, it's not word for word repetition, but it's the same story that Avraham had to do this twice, once in Egypt, and then again when he went down to this Avimelech, the king of Gerar. Is it the same Avimelech? Is it the next generation? I don't know. But it's fascinating that, like father, like son, they both had to tell this lie because they felt their lives were in danger because this place was so immoral that they were afraid, or that Yitzhak was afraid that he would be killed because of his own wife, just like Abraham was afraid. If we had time, we'd compare the stories side by side, but I don't think we have time to do that. Verse 10, ויאמר אבימלך, מה זאת עשית לנו? כמעט שכב אחד העם את אשתך, והבאת עלינו אשם. And Avimelech says, what is this that you've done to us? It almost was the case that one of the people lay or had sexual relations with your wife, and you would have brought upon us guilt. Verse 11, ויצאו אבימלך את כל העם לאמור הנוגע באיש הזה ובאשתו מות יומך. And so Avimelech commanded all of his people, all the people under him, all the people in his kingdom, saying, anyone who touches this man or his wife will be put to death. Okay, so again, this is the third time we see the same situation. The same situation. Twice with Avraham. Avraham, Genesis chapter 12, asks Sarah to tell this lie when they go down to Egypt for the famine. Then Abraham, when he comes back up into the land of Israel, goes to live with some Avimelech, the king of Gerar, either the same guy or maybe this guy's father. And the same story. That's in Genesis chapter 20. And now we have here in Genesis chapter 26 that Avraham, or that Isaac, is thinking to go, but there's another famine, like there was in Genesis 12. Isaac is thinking to go down to Egypt. God tells him, no, stay in the land of Egypt. And so he stays among this Avimelech, king of Gerar, and he tells exactly the same story that his father Abraham told. Okay. So Abraham does not go down to Egypt, even though there's a famine. Verse 12, Wa Yizra Yitzhak ba'aretz hahi, Wa Yibsa b'shana hahi me'at she'arim, Wa Yivarachehu Yahweh. Sorry, that vowelization there was a little bit difficult to spit out. Let's try that again. Wa Yivarachehu Yahweh. Okay. So Isaac stayed in the land, right? So Isaac's saying, it's famine. I have to go down to Egypt. That's what my father did. That's where you go when there's a famine, because Egypt is like a vegetable garden where the Nile waters the crops at your feet. But God says, no, don't go down to Egypt like your father did. This time you're going to stay here in Gerar, and I will bless you. I'll take care of you. And so now we have the results, or the manifestation of that promise that God makes to Isaac. And so Isaac, even though there's a famine in the land, Isaac is able to plant and reap 100 times, Mea She'arim, which is the name of a ultra-Orthodox neighborhood in Jerusalem, and I'll tell you a funny story about it one time in a second about what time happened to me in Mea Sharim. Many weird stories happened in Mea Sharim, but I'll tell you one. And Yahweh blessed them. So Yahweh explicitly says, you don't have to go down to Egypt, even though it's a famine. I'm going to take care of you. And even though it was a famine, Isaac was able to plant his seed and reap 100 times what he sowed. In other words, let's say he took I'm just thinking it up. Let's say he took 1 bushel of wheat and extracted the seeds from that 1 bushel of wheat, planted those seeds, and the next year, or at the end of the agricultural year, then that became 100 bushels of wheat. That's what it's saying, Mea Sharim, 100 times, 100. Literally, it means 100 gates. And even in modern Hebrew, the word sha'ar can mean, has a similar meaning. For instance, if you speak about the exchange rate between the shekel, the Israeli shekel, the modern monetary denomination in Israel, and another monetary denomination, such as the dollar, that's called the sha'ar hayatzig. It's the same word, sha'ar hayatzig. So literally the rate of, why they call it yatzig. Yatzig means like the presentation rate. I guess it's some term from foreign exchange. Probably I should know, because my first job out of college, believe it or not, was working on the foreign exchange trading floor of JP Morgan Bank in Manhattan. And I quit after a year because it was so soul numbing and mind numbing. I couldn't take it. But it was interesting for a couple of months until I realized, my God, this, if I do not want to spend the rest of my life like this with these people that literally I would go to lunch with my coworkers and my bosses, and all they would do all the time is talk about money, 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 money. That's all they talked about, their vacations and what they were buying and how much money they made and this and that. But that was my first job out of college. Yep, I worked at 60 Wall Street, 40 Wall Street. I think it was 40 Wall Street. I can't remember the address now. 60, either 40 or 60 Wall Street. JP Morgan's big building. I think they sold it since then. I got to find it. Hold on a second. I'll tell you which it was. I think it was 60 Wall Street. I think it was actually 60 Wall Street. Let's see here. Images. Hello. Do something. Images. It says J. Yep, that's the building right there. That's the one. That was my first job out of college, working in that building. 60 Wall Street. That was owned by JP Morgan. I don't think it's owned by JP Morgan anymore. Wikipedia, 60 Wall Street. 60 Wall Street, formerly the JP Morgan Bank building, or Deutsche Bank building, is a 55-story, blah, blah, blah. It was a nice building, man. I got to tell you that. That was a nice building. So yeah, that was my first job out of college. And I worked as a computer programmer on, yeah, that's for sure. I worked as a computer programmer for the foreign exchange trading department. So basically I developed software so that the foreign exchange traders could basically do their work and analyze the different trends in the foreign exchange rates. So how did I get onto this? Yes, because I was going to say that in Hebrew, exchange rate, foreign exchange rate, exchange rate. So in Hebrew, they call it sha'ar yatzig, and I don't know why they call it sha'ar hayatzig. Yatzig means, again, the presentation rate. So maybe another word for it is presentation rate. Let me see here. Presentation rate. I'm guessing. No. Foreign exchange. Foreign exchange rate, also Forex. I don't know. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anywho, let's unravel here a little bit. Goodbye, 60 Wall Street. So yeah, the point I was trying to make is that here it says that he he reaped 100 times the rate that he sowed. So if he sowed a bushel of, if he sowed the seeds from a bushel of wheat, I'm just making it up, then he reaped 100 bushels. And this word sha'ar is still has the connotation of rate in modern Hebrew. And I gave the example shariat sig, which means the exchange rate. So I was just relating it to modern Hebrew, and then I got speaking about how I worked on the foreign exchange floor, and blah blah blah. Okay, and then we went off on a tangent. So let's get back, and I will tell you the story about this neighborhood. So I mentioned that Mea Sharim is an ultra orthodox neighborhood in Jerusalem. It's probably the most iconic ultra orthodox neighborhood in all of Israel, and I could tell a lot of stories about Mea Sharim, but I was once there when I first became a Karaite. What language? C. And when I first became a Karaite, I was very gung ho about spreading the word of Karaism. And I was walking through Mea Sharim one day, and I ran into this guy that I'd known from the center of Jerusalem, who he always speak about spiritual electrons. I don't know, he had some whole theory about spiritual electrons. So I used to call the guy Spiritual Electrons. That was my nickname for him. He's a really smart guy, but a really weird guy. And so I ran into him after I became a Karaite in Mea Sharim, and I started basically preaching how I'd become a Karaite and how rabbinical Judaism is wrong. And like I said, this is when I first became a Karaite. I was like super gung ho, okay? And the guy and these ultra orthodox, they can get kind of violent if they feel that they're under attack from the outside world. And this guy, Mr. Spiritual Electrons, he started yelling at the top of his lungs in Hebrew, "Kofer, kofer," which means heretic, heretic. He started yelling, "Heretic, heretic," literally at the top of his lungs. And a crowd started gathering around me, okay, as this guy yells, "Heretic, heretic, this guy's a Karaite, heretic, heretic." And I said, I got to get out of here right now, or else this could end violently, because those people, they can get violent because they're very repressed. And so I got out of Dodge, basically. But that's one of many stories I have about this neighborhood in Jerusalem called Mea Sharim, this ultra-Orthodox neighborhood. But at any rate, here it represents the fact that Isaac reaped 100 times of what he sowed, even though there was a famine. Oh, what language? C. Yeah, it was C. Yep. At that time, yeah, it was all C. I don't think we were doing any C++ back then. Since then, I've done other programming stuff. Hold on a second. Just got to check on the cat. That's it. 1 second. Come on, Shusha. Come on, baby. Come on. 1 second, everyone. We'll be right back. Sure, come on, Shusha. Settle in. Come here. You're being very silly. Come here. Come on, baby. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Let's settle in. Press. Don't go crazy. 1 second. Be right back. Okay. I need to do COBOL. I used to do COBOL until I got into logistical cutting engineering, aka truck. Okay. Got it. All right. This is the cat is, I don't even think. The people who are in the stampede, which stampede are you talking about? Are you talking about the stampede in Meron that happened a couple of years ago? Okay. But yeah, they can get pretty violent, those people. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see it, but the cat is suckling on my earlobe. I think that's what he loves to do. All right, we'll just let him. Yeah, it's the same type of crowd. Yes, the ultra orthodox. Okay, Shoshi boy, what are you doing, sweetheart? Oh my god. Okay. All right, I will try to teach while the cat is suckling on my earlobe. I don't think you can see it because I think the program actually filters out the background here. But the cat, Shoshi boy, come here, sweetheart. What are you doing? Yes, that I guess that was you're talking about Meron up in the north of Israel a couple of years ago. Okay. All right, so let's go on. Verse 13. ויגדל האיש וילך הלוך וגדול עד כי גדל מאוד. Shoshi boy, I can't have you do this now, sweetheart. Come on. Stay over here, okay? Really, it's the sweetest cat. So the man became great, speaking about Isaac, וילך הלוך וגדל וגדל, and he got greater and greater, he grew very great, ad ki gadol ma'od, until he was very great. Okay, talking about his wealth, because God had blessed him. We see this common theme with the patriarchs. Wahi lo mikne son umikne bakar wa'a vuda rabba wa ikanu oto plishtim. Okay. So he had a lot of livestock from the flocks, and he had a lot of livestock from the cattle, the avudah rabah, and many slaves, many servants, really slaves. And the Philistines were jealous of him. Okay. Uh-oh. Now the cat's going crazy again. Shoshi boy, you have to get down from there. Shoham. Shosho, come here. Gonna knock something over. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put him in the bed. Come here. You have control. Come here. Come here. Don't go crazy. Smoky. Okay. So we see that this was in the land of the Philistines. Or that the Philistines were jealous of him. Okay. A lot to say about the Philistines, but we're not going to do it right now. So the Philistines are often referred to as the sea people. It's believed that they immigrated to the coastal regions of Israel, replacing some of the native tribes that were there, meaning replacing the Canaanites. A lot to say about them, but we won't get into right now. But I will say that the cities there are 5 famous cities of the Philistines. I think I mentioned it last week. And does anybody know the 5 famous cities or the 5 cities of the Philistines, the 5 biblical cities of the Philistines? I'll mention them. There's Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, Gat, and Gaza. Gaza was one of the 5 cities of the Philistines. Okay. ויאמר אבי מלך אל יצחק, לך עמנו כי עצמת ממנו מאוד. So get out of here. You've become too great for us. Our people are all jealous of you. ילך משם יצחק ויחן בנחל גרר וישב שם. So he went there, and then he went to Nachal Gerar. We should add this to our list of journeys, which couldn't be too far away. So Nachal Gerar means the Gerar River. And this is Genesis 26:17. Nachal Gerar. After Isaac becomes too wealthy and causes the Philistines in Gerar to become jealous of him. Okay. So it's 26:17. Close this out. Okay, and now we have a whole story about wells. Why Yeshav Yitzchak, why Yahpor et Be'erot Hamayim Asher Hafru B'mei Avraham Aviu, why Yisatmum Filishtim Achrei Mot Avraham, why Yikra Lehen Shemot Asher Kara Lehem Aviu. So Yitzchak dwelt there in this Gerar River area, and he redug the wells of water that they dug in the days of Abraham his father, and that the Philistines had stopped up after the death of Abraham, and he gave them the same names. He called them by the same names that his father had called them. Again, paraphrasing a little bit. So what is this idea of wells? Well, we know that in the desert, and this really is the area of the desert. This is down, I don't know exactly where they think Gerar is, but if it's in the land of the Philistines, it's basically around where Gaza is today, and that's more or less the Negev, or near the Negev. It's desert, and it's flat also, more or less. And so the thing that's very important there is wells. In order to survive, in order to get water, you have to dig wells. And so that's why wells are so important. And that's why the wells are named. And we're going to see here Isaac names some of these wells. But the importance of wells, exactly, the Philistines, they say, came from Crete. And what was the joke that somebody told me the other day? Hold on a second. I'm trying to remember. Can't remember now for some reason. Okay. Anywho. So, verse 19. ויחפרו עבדי יצחק בנחל וימצאו שם באר מים חיים. So, the servants of Isaac dug in the river or around the river, and they found there a well of potable water. Now, why couldn't they drink out of the river itself? Well, Nachal, in those areas of the country, in those areas of the Middle East, don't always flow throughout the entire year. Generally they flow during the rainy season, and they can dry up during the dry season. But if you dig wells around them, then you're going to get down into the groundwater, and so that's what Isaac's servants did, and they found potable water. They found a well that you could drink water from. And we see here that Mayim Chaim, from this context, clearly means, it could mean flowing water, but it could also mean potable water. Let's see how Robert Alter translates it. Verse 19. Fresh water. And let's go there, 317. One second. Right. So, okay, we'll do a little Robert Alter. Verse 14, he says, the jealousy over Isaac's spectacular prosperity and the contention over precious water resources that follows lay the ground. The story of the two brothers struggling over the blessing of land and inheritance in the next episode. Isaac's being sent away by the Philistines, ad umbrates, which I think means four shadows. Jacob's banishment to the east after having procured the blessing by stealth. Okay. Wadi, the Arabic term current in modern English and Hebrew usage, designates, as does the biblical Nachal, a dry riverbed that would be filled with water only during the flash floods of the rainy season, but the floor of a wadi might conceal, as here, an underground source of water. Okay, so that's basically what we just said. Verse 20. Why yarivu ro'e Qara'im ro'e Yitzhak lemor lanu habayim. So the shepherds of Gerar, where he just came from, quarreled with Yitzhak's shepherds. Lemor lanu hamayim, saying, the water is ours. In other words, the shepherds of Gerar said the water is ours. In other words, this well that Isaac's servants had dug, now the Philistines are trying to claim that it's theirs, or the residents of Gerar are trying to claim that it's theirs. Again, fighting over limited water resources. Vayikra Shem be'er Isaac. I'm sorry, Eshek ki hit ashku imo. And he called and so he named this well. And yes, it was common to name wells because these were very important things. Just like, I don't know, like in Manhattan, they name buildings, right? Because buildings are important in Manhattan. Robert Alter, I know the name because of Skip Moen's blog. He's a Hebrew scholar. Yes, he's a kind of a secular Jewish biblical scholar. He's very good. Maybe not secular, maybe traditional, but not fully secular, but definitely in his commentary tends towards that, the more secular interpretation to a certain degree. Okay, so they named it Eshek. And Robert Alter is going to translate that one as they called it Eshek because they contended with him. So it asku. I'm sorry, not Eshek, Esak. Esak ki it asku imo, because they contended with him. And let me just see one thing here for myself. So they related here to Isaac. So in modern Hebrew, business is an Isaac. So the sin seems to have changed to a samech right here in later Hebrew. And today in Hebrew, if you want to say like who you're messing with, you would say mita mit asek. And here they would, in modern Hebrew, they would spell it with a samech, not a sin. But I guess they're relating it back to this ancient biblical word, hit asku, and Isaac. Interesting. Let's read this one more time for myself. So late Hebrew asak, busy oneself. Late Hebrew esek, business or application or occupation. Okay. Ki hit asku imo, verse 21. יחפרו באר אחרת ויריבו גם עליה ויקרא שמה שטנה. Okay, so then they dug another well, and this is clearly speaking about Isaac's slaves or Isaac's servants dug another well, and again they argued over it with the servants of Gerar, and so he called its name. Again, this is talking about Isaac, called its name Sitna. So what does Sitna mean? Sitna means hatred. See how Robert Alter translates that one. Does he give an explanation? 21. The transparent meaning is accusation or hostility, though the sentence lacks an etiological clause. Okay, so he translates as accusation or hostility. See how Everett Fox translates that one. One second here. Okay, so in Genesis, where are we? Genesis 26. 30. Okay, close. Genesis 26, 21. Sitna, animosity. So yeah, that's the way. So I think it's a better translation. Or I mean, they're both good translations, but sitna means hatred, basically, animosity. It's related to the word satan. Satan means an enemy in Hebrew. So Satan is where we get the English word Satan, and the word in biblical Hebrew, Satan, it basically just means an enemy, and we can see it used in that sense in a number of cases, having nothing to do with the angel called the Satan. Of course, we know famously that in the beginning of the book of Job, that we have mention of the Satan. But let me just see one thing here. Oops. Where did Job go? There it is. 1. One second. יבואו בני אלוהים להתייצב על יהוה. Wow, this actually is important. ויבוא גם השטן. So here we have the Satan, but in biblical Hebrew, Satan doesn't mean the Satan. Okay, the Satan was an angel, bnei Elohim, literally one of the sons of God, and I want to talk about this phrase in 1 second. So the Satan means, they usually translate it as the accuser or something like that. So the prosecuting angel, the prosecutor. So the Satan is, but literally the Satan means the adversary or the enemy. So animosity is related to the word enemy, I believe. And so the Satan is is the enemy. And we could see the word Satan used in that sense in a number of other places. Let me see if it'll pick it up here. So 1 Samuel chapter 29, verse 4. So this is speaking about the Philistines and David. And so I think this is when David flees to the Philistines from Saul. At any rate, Yikvatsu, it says in 1 Samuel chapter 9, verse 4, Wayiktsifu allow Sarei Flishtim. So the heads of the Philistines get angry at him, at David. Yomrulo Sarei Flishtim, and the heads of the officers of the Philistines said to him, to David, Hashev et ha'ish. Wayeshov el mikomo. Send back this man and let him return to his place. Speaking about David. Asher hifkadeto sham. V'lo yarad imanu b'milchama. So send back this person. So David wanted to fight with the Philistines because he ran away from Saul, if I remember the context here, and he's not going to go down with us to war. So David was going to fight with the Philistines. V'lo i'eh lanu the Satan, and let him not be an enemy against us or an adversary for us. And here we see the word Satan, and it has nothing to do with this angel called the Satan or the Satan. B'milchama, let him not be an enemy to us. In other words, like a traitor or a fifth column or an enemy to us in the time of war. B'milchama, b'meh yitratzeh zeh el Adonai halo. Okay, we'll stop there. Okay, so the Satan, the word Satan here is used as an enemy or an adversary. Here they translate it as adversary. So the word Satan just means an enemy or an adversary. That's all it means. In Job 1, when we see here this angel called the Satan, it's not his proper name. It just means it's an angel playing the role of the adversary. He's going to try to incite. He's going to incite Yahweh, God, against Job. Okay, but it's a completely different concept in the Tanakh, the idea of the Satan, as it is to, let's say, the modern or the Christian or Western idea of the Satan as a fallen angel who is basically the same as the devil, and who is an enemy of God and is competing for souls with God and all of that kind of stuff. It is completely foreign to the Hebrew conception of the Satan. Satan just means the adversary or the inciter, the one who incites. In the case of Job, incites is trying to incite and does incite Yahweh, God, against Job. Now, here's another very interesting thing which I'd like to point out, that we see here that in Job 1:6, so Wahi b'yom v'yavo, and it was on the day v'yavo b'nei Elohim li'atzev al Yahweh, that the sons of God came to gather or to present themselves around Yahweh. V'yavo gam Satan b'tocham, and among them came also the Satan. Now we see here that the angels, this is clearly speaking about the angels, okay? And they're called the B'nei Elohim, the sons of God. Why is this important? If we go back for a second to the story that we spoke about a couple of weeks ago with the Nephilim, that's going to be Genesis 8, if I'm not mistaken. No, Genesis 6. Where is it? Genesis 5. Second. Here it is. So this is speaking about the Nephilim. And so it was when man began to multiply on the face of the earth. yuldu lahem, and daughters were born to them. Yir'u b'nei Elohim, and the sons of God literally saw the daughters of man that they were good, that they were good, and they took from them as wives any woman that they chose. I'm again paraphrasing a little bit. We can skip that part. הנפילים היו בארץ בימים ההם, וגם אחרי כן אשר יבואו בני אלוהים אל בנות אדם. So we have the Nephilim. We don't know what these Nephilim are, but they're related to the giants, to the Anakim. And we see that they are the products of the Bnei Elohim, the sons of God, and Benot Adam, and the daughters of man. The sons of God, the Bnei Elohim, and the daughters of man, the Benot Adam, gave birth to these Nephilim, which are the giants. Or here it says, Hema Giborim Asher Meolam Anshe Shem. So they were strong men, days of or renowned men of old is usually the way they translate this. Okay, so it's a question of what is Bnei Elohim, and I know there's this one Karaite who tried to say that Bnei Elohim just means strong people or warriors, but we see very clearly here in Job 1:6 that the same phrase Bnei Elohim is used speaking about the angels that gather around God and the Satan, the Satan, the adversary. Again, Satan is not a proper name like Joe or Jim or Bob. It's a description like a prosecuting attorney or something like that. And the prosecuting attorney gathered among them. But the phrase that's used here for the angels is Bnei Elohim, the sons of God. It's exactly the same phrase that's used here in Genesis 6:4 to describe those that had sexual relations with the daughters of man to make the Nephilim. Okay, so we see clearly that Bnei Elohim means angels. It means angels that were on the earth, had sexual relations with with human daughters, with the daughters of man, and they gave birth to these Nephilim. That's what the Torah is telling us here in Genesis chapter 6. Okay. Thank you, because many make it out that they are not able to reproduce, but there's nothing that says that. It seems they are all male, like Adam. Every Christian will say that the snake in Genesis is Satan, which is not true. Absolutely, you could say that the snake is fulfilling a similar role to what the Satan fulfills in Job. In other words, just as the Satan is trying to entice Yahweh against Job, so the Satan is trying to, in that case, entice Eve and ultimately Adam against God. Okay, in that sense, maybe they're playing similar roles, but there's no such. First of all, the snake in Genesis chapter 3 is never referred to as Satan or anything like that. Second of all, it's not implied that he's an angel, even though he's a talking snake. And third of all, Satan is not a proper name. It's not an individual. It's a role or it's a tafkid. It's a role that an angel is playing in a certain context in the book of Job. Okay. So let's get rid of this. Okay, so we saw that the second one is called Sitna. Where were we? Right. So he names it Sitna. Okay, yeah, take Misham. So he moved from there. And he dug another well. Rabu aleha waikra shima rehovot. So now he's dug another well. So he gave up on these first two wells, Isaac and Sitna. Isaac meaning contention, quarreling. We'll call it contention, and Sitna meaning hatred. Or how did Everett Fox translate it? Animosity. So contention and animosity, because his shepherds or his servants argued with the shepherds / servants of Gerar over those two wells. So he basically abandoned those two wells and he dug another one. And this time there was no argument over them. So he names this well Rehovot. Okay, Rehovot means expanses or open expanses or wideness. Rahav means wide. And let's see if we get an explanation for this word. So Everett Fox. Yeah, space. I would call it maybe translated as expanse. So he named this other well expanse or expanses. Yomer ki ata hirchiv Yahweh lanu, saying that now Yahweh has given us space, has given us an expanse. Uparinu ba'aretz, and we will be able to be fruitful in this land. So you have three wells: Esek, contention; Sitna, animosity or enmity; and Rehovot, expanses or expanse. So finally, he found this place, Rehovot. By the way, Rehovot is the name of a city in modern-day Israel. Not far from Tel Aviv. You can see it here on the map. So here's Tel Aviv, and right over here is Rehovot. So I don't know what the distance is. Probably not more than about 10 or 15, maybe 10 miles at the most from Tel Aviv. Okay. And that's not to imply that it's in the area of this well Rehovot. I don't know if the biblical archaeologists have an idea of where this ancient Rehovot was. But again, also not too far from it, because here, all this area over here is the land of the Philistines. Right here is this modern day Gaza, and all of the other Philistine cities would be in this general area. So I wonder if they've see. So it says it's talking about the modern city of Rehovot. So Israel Belkind, founder of the Bilu movement, proposed the name Rehovot, literally wide expanses, based on Genesis 26:22. That's the verse we're reading right now. And he called the name of it, okay, it's our verse. The Bible verse is also inscribed in the city's logo. Oh, that's cool. History, Ottoman Empire, British Mandate, State of Israel, education. Okay, so I guess there's no implication here that it is near the ancient site of Rehovot, if they even know where that is. Okay. So let's unwind there. Yep, good point, Deborah. Okay, okay. Yal Misham Be'er Sheva. So then he left that area and went back up to Beer Sheva. So now we have another journey of the patriarchs. So let's put that down. This is Genesis 26:23. And this is going to be Beer Sheva. After Isaac digs the well Rehovot, he goes up from the land of the Philistines to Be'er Sheva. Now, Be'er Sheva is another well, in place of another well. The word Be'er means a well. And we heard about this well earlier in the days of Abraham. And in Beersheba, Yar Elav Yahweh Belayla Hahu, and God appeared to him at that night. This is speaking about Isaac. Yomer Anochi Elohei Avraham Avicha. I am the God of Abraham your father. Al Tira Ki Itcha Anochi. Do not fear, because I am with you. Uberachticha Uirbeti Et Zaracha Be'avur Avraham Avdi. And I will bless you, and I will multiply your seed because of my, or in respect, or because of my, or for my servant Abraham. So there he built an altar. This is speaking about Isaac, and he called out in the name of Yahweh. We're not going to speak about how he could have called out in the name of Yahweh. I don't think it literally means the name Yahweh. He called out to God. So he pitched his tent there, and the servants of Yitzhak dug out a well. So we have to add here, he built an altar. So this gets a yes. So Isaac builds an altar here. Even though Abraham, we see, did not build an altar there. Okay. Avimelech halach elau migrar wa'achuzat me'ra'ehu ufichol sar tziva'o. So now Gerar, Avimelech comes with a dispatch of servants, shepherds. I'm sorry, not Re'ehu. That's not Ro'eh. That's Re'ehu. His friends, or his compatriots, I guess you can call it. See how Everett Fox deals with that one. 26. Achuzat is aid and fichol. Okay, I'm sorry. So it's a proper name, is aid. Okay, good enough. We can go with that. Achuzat me re'ehu. And Fichol, the head of his army. So now Avimelech is coming from Gerar up to Abraham. Abraham has already abandoned all of those, of that area where all those wells were, meaning the 3 wells that we spoke about, which were Eshek, Sitna, and Rehovot. Maybe he didn't abandon Rehovot because there was no argument over that, if we remember correctly. But now he's up at another well, Be'er Sheva, and now Avimelech comes to him with a delegation to talk to him. And I don't think there's any implication there, even though it's Bichol Tziva'o, Bichol, the head of his army. I don't think there's any implication here that he's trying to threaten him or intimidate him. It's clear that Avimelech has a lot of, though, jealousy. He wanted, through the jealousy of his own people, he wanted Isaac out of there, that he's a little bit scared of Isaac because of the incident that happened with Isaac saying that Rivka was his sister. He obviously respects and is a little bit scared of him. Verse 27, V'yomer alehem Yitzhak. And Yitzhak said to them, Madua batem elai. Why did you come? Why have you come to me? Vatem sinetem oti utishalchuni me'itchem. Seeing that you hate me, or you hated me, and you sent me away from you. Verse 28, V'yomru ra'o ra'inu ki haya Yahweh imach. And they said, we have certainly seen, repetition, ki haya Yahweh imach, that God is with you, that Yahweh is with you. V'yomer ti'i na Allah benotenu benenu ubenecha. And we said, let there be an oath. Allah can mean an oath or curse. And the reason is that if you break the oath, then you are cursed. That's part of the idea of an oath, at least in the ancient conception of oath making. It's an oath with a curse attached to it. Sometimes you see Allah used in the context of an oath, or sometimes in the context of a curse. Really, it means a curse. But the implication here is an oath, which, if broken, the person who breaks it should be cursed or will be cursed. So let there be an oath between us, between you and between Benenu Benecha, between us and between you. And let a covenant be made with you, or we shall make a covenant with you. So if, and here's the oath, if we should do any bad thing to you, any evil to you, seeing that we never touched you. In other words, we never did anything bad to you. And that we only have done good to you. And we sent you away in peace. Ata baruch Yahweh. And you, behold, are blessed of Yahweh. Okay, let me read that again to myself. Okay, I'm sorry. I translated that a little bit incorrectly. Here's the oath. The curse. Okay, you will be cursed. If you should do us any harm. Just as we have never touched you or done anything, and we've only done good, and we've only been good to you, and we sent you away in peace. And behold, you are blessed of Yahweh. So this is the oath that Avimelech wants to make with Isaac. Okay, don't do anything bad to us. Don't do any harm to us, just as we've done no harm to you. Okay, so it's an oath, basically saying we've never done any harm to you. We will not do any harm to you, and we want in return a swear that you are not going to do anything bad to us, because they feared him because Ata baruch Yahweh, because clearly you are blessed of Yahweh. You have blessings, or you are under his protection. Okay, and here we've certainly realized that Yahweh is with you. So basically, Avimelech is coming with these other two dudes, making an agreement with Isaac that leave us alone, or do only good to us. Don't do any bad to us, because we fear you, because we see that God is with you. And keep in mind, or just remember, we've never done anything bad to you. We were good to you. We sent you away in peace. We never harmed you. We never harmed your wife. So now let's make an oath between us that you don't do anything. In return, you don't do anything bad to us. And that's going to be the oath. Okay? Verse 30. And they made a feast, and they ate and drank. And drinking usually implies alcohol. Although not necessarily, but yeah, I think it usually implies alcohol. So they made a feast. This is also, scholars will also point out, this is part of making an oath. An oath in ancient times, and even to a certain degree in modern times, has certain characteristics or stages to it. One of them is, I don't remember all of them, I'd have to look them up, but one of them is stating the curses for disobeying the oath. Okay, and that's implied here with the word Allah, a curse. And another one is to confirm or to celebrate or to consummate the oath by breaking bread together. And that's what they do here in verse 30. Verse 31. And they woke up in the morning, and each person swore to his fellow man, to his brother. It literally says, "We shall chem Yitzchak wa yilchu me'ito b'shalom." And Yitzchak sent them away, and they went in peace. So basically, when they woke up the next morning after eating and spending a night celebrating the oath that they're about to make, eating and drinking, they woke up in the morning and they took a solemn oath to each other, and then Isaac sent them away in peace. Okay, so there's peace now between Avimelech and the people of Gerar and Isaac, who is now living in Beersheba. Verse 32, Vayhi bayom hahu v'yavo avdei Yitzchak v'yagidu lo al odot habe'er asher hafru. And on that very day, or on that day, Isaac's slaves came and they told him about the well the new well that they had dug, or the well that they had dug. V'yomru lo matzanu mayim, and they said, we found water. So right after the oath is made, they dig another well. Verse 33, we kra oto shiv'ah al ken shem ha'ir be'er sheva al ad hayom hazeh. And they called it Shiv'ah, which means oath-taking. I guess you can translate it as. We'll look at Robert Alter in a second. So they made an oath, and then they found the well the same day when Avimelech, or when Yitzchak made the oath with Avimelech. And so they called this well Shiv'ah, which means oath. Al ken shema ir be'er sheva. And this is where we get the name for the city, Be'er Sheva, ad hayom hazeh, until this very day. However, we have another explanation for the name of Beersheba, and that's given earlier in the days of Abraham, where 7 sheep, are sacrificed also as part of an agreement. Okay, so this is again an example where there are 2 reasons given for the same name. In this case, the city Beersheba. And in fact, we can that up. Well, let's do a Robert Alter on that one. Shiv'ah. Though the word in this form means 7, the etymology of the name intimated by the narrative context obviously relates to Shvu'ah, oath, whereas the earlier story about Beersheba, chapter 21, appears to link the name to both 7 and oath. So that would be chapter 21. Let's look at that very quickly. So here's the covenant Beersheba. We could just look at the English. It's Genesis 21:22. So at the time, Avimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, said to Abraham, God is with you in everything you do. So here we have this Phicol guy. So I guess it must be the same Avimelech, not his son. Because it wouldn't make sense that it's the same dude and that the commander of his forces has the same name also. Okay, God is with you everything you do. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deal falsely with me or my children or my descendants. Show to me and the country where you now reside as a foreigner the same kindness I have shown to you. Abraham said, I swear it. Then Abraham complained to Avimelech about a well of water that Avimelech's servants had seized. But Avimelech said, I don't know who has done this. You did not tell me, and I heard about it only today. So Abraham brought sheep and cattle and gave them to Avimelech, and the 2 men made a treaty. So I guess it's got to be the same Avimelech and the same Phicol. Abraham set apart 7 ewe lambs from the flock, and Avimelech asked Abraham, what is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs? He replied, accept these 7 lambs from my hand as a witness that I dug this well. So that place was called Beersheba because the 2 men swore an oath there. After the treaty had been made in Beersheba, Avimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Avram planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he called on the name of the Lord, the eternal God, and Avram stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long time. So here in the Abraham story, as Robert Alter mentioned, we have 2 reasons for the name Beersheba. One is the 7 ewe lambs, and the word for 7 is Sheva, and probably related to the word 7, actually. And then we also have, then they ask why. Oh, and then it says that the place is called Beersheba because 2 men swore an oath there. And the word for an oath is a shibu'ah. So Sheva is 7. There were 7 ewe lambs that Abraham gave to Avimelech. And an oath was made, which is a shvuah. So Sheva, meaning 7, and shvuah, meaning oath, sound similar to each other. And here we're given the reason for the city being called Beersheba is the oath, the Shvu'ah, but also obviously the implication here is also the word Sheva, right? Because it's Beersheba. And then here in Genesis 26, we have a kind of similar story, again, involving Avimelech and Fikol, and this well that is dug again in the time of Isaac, but it's at the same well. And this time it's called Beersheba, relating to the oath that Isaac took with Avimelech the day before, or I'm sorry, the same day. Okay, Waihi Esav ben Arba'im Shana Waikach Isha. So Esav was 40 years old, and he took as a wife. So interesting to note that Esav was 40 years old. We learned earlier that Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rivka, and then he gave birth to she gave birth to Jacob and Esau at the age of 60. So at Yehudit bat Be'eri, Achiti, Wa'et Basmat bat Elan Achiti. So he marries two Hittite women. There's a great article in, I mentioned this magazine, which you can get for free, Let the Stone Speak. Yes, it is put out by evangelical Christians, but it's just a biblical archaeology magazine, and it's excellent. So you can look it up, Let the Stone Speak. And in their current issue, they have a long article about the Hittites, about the biblical archaeology regarding the Hittites. I won't get into it now. You can read the article. But these were two Hittite women. So the Hittites were, they were native to the land, but there were Hittite settlements or Hittite kingdoms in the land of Israel in the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And it was Abraham who bought the cave in Machpelah, Marat Machpelah, the cave of Machpelah, from Ephron the Hittite. So we have Hittites in the area. These are part of the 7 nations that are to be wiped out. And so Esav is now marrying one of these local women, or 2 of these local women, at the age of 40. And remember that Abraham was very clear that he did not want his son Isaac to marry anyone from the local area. That's why he sent his servant, ostensibly Eliezer, back to Haran, to look for a wife for Isaac, and ultimately the servant, ostensibly Eliezer, came back with Rebekah, with Rivka. But Esau, who is not the good son, he's the problem child, does not have the same consideration, or he marries women from the local area, and it says, and they became a source of bad feelings or bitter feelings to a bitter spirit, literally, morat ruach, a bitterness of spirit for Isaac and Rivka. In other words, Esau marries the local women. We know that already in the time of Abraham, the local people are problematic. Okay, it's already alluded to in Genesis 15, where God says to Abraham, the sin of the Amorites is not yet full, meaning that eventually the local people will be thrown out of the land, but they still have some more time before the cup is so full that Yahweh says enough is enough. But that already implies that they're heading in the wrong direction. And we also see that that Abraham did not want his son to marry among the local women, and therefore sent his servant to find a woman from elsewhere. So Esau marries from the local women, and this is a problem to his parents. Correct. It's the same people that Uriah came from. That is absolutely correct. Uriah the Hittite, that's in the famous story of David and Beersheba. So Uriah was clearly what we would call a ger, a convert. Someone who lived among Israel, who adopted Israel as his people. He was an adopted son of Israel, clearly, and a really good guy. Better than David in that case, right? Much better. And he died as a righteous man, fighting for David. Horrible, horrible story. But then again, really the only time that David sinned, except for later on when he counted the people. Okay. Genesis 27. Any questions on Genesis 26? I'm going to stop soon, actually. It's been a long study, 3 hours and 45 minutes. Any questions? So maybe I'll just read through Genesis 27 and try to get to Genesis 28. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. One second, please. Okay. All right. So much obviously to say about this chapter. This is a major chapter, but so was his wife also? Who? Beersheba? I'm sorry, Bathsheba? I don't know if we get the lineage. I don't think so, no. I don't think we get the lineage of Bathsheba. Let's look it up. Oh, we do. Okay, so here we go. Bathsheba was the daughter of Eliam. And in 1 Chronicles 3, Amiel. So Eliam, Amiel is the same thing, basically. Just the words that make up the name are reversed. And Eliam is mentioned in 2 Samuel 23:34 as the son of Achitophel, who's described as a Gilonite. Okay, so there we have it. So I could copy this, paste it. The name of the magazine is Let the Stone Speak. I'll type that in. And if you Google it, you can see that they will send issues anywhere in the world for free. Absolutely 100% for free. Again, they're evangelical Christians, but they don't really wear it on a sleeve in their magazine. They really focus on biblical archaeology for the most part. It's really a nice publication. They have a lot of stuff online on YouTube, and I like their stuff there as well, even though sometimes I have to put up with some of the Christian nonsense. Okay, so let's post this. So there you go. Okay, Genesis 27. I will try to do this in express mode. There's so much to say about this, but I want to end the study soon. It's been a long study. So, verse 1, Waihi, ki, zaken Yitzhak, what ti na inau me ra'ot, his eyes became dim from seeing, Waikra et Esau beno hagadol, Wayomer Elau beni, Wayomer Elau hineni. The main thing I want to point out here is that Yitzhak, Jacob, was being deceptive, but he's not the deceptive one by nature. Again, he's an innocent person protecting himself in a deceptive, evil, screwed up world, and especially from his brother, who is a sneaky, deceptive, violent type of person. patterns of evidence. Have you heard this? Heard of this? I believe so. That's the so-called documentary speaking about the Exodus from Egypt, where they try to show various proofs of the Exodus from Egypt, including some stuff they found buried in the Red Sea, which kind of looks like a chariot wheel. I think that's what you're talking about, right? Okay. Yomer hine. Follow along in English or Serbian or whatever your favorite language is. Yomer hine na zakat, because I'm not going to translate word for word here. I'm just going to go into express mode. Yomer hine na zakanti lo yadati yom moti. So Isaac is saying he doesn't know. I've grown old and I'm going to die any day now. Wa'ata ana elecha talecha ukashtecha waseh hasadeh wasuda li sayed. Verse 4. So go out and fetch me some provender. No, I don't think that's the right word. Hunt for me. Fetch me some hunt. Yes, absolutely, Devar. Palm tree. Okay, take this away. وعسى لي مطعمين كأشر أهفتي وهبيا لي وأخلا بعبور تبرخخا نفسي بترم عمود. Okay, so bring me some hunt, he says to Esav, and let me bless you before I die. Again, this idea of making an oath or blessing connected to eating food together. As we saw previously in the oath, the Allah, the oath/curse between Isaac and Avimelech. Verse 5, Rivka shum'at be daber Yitzhak el Esau. So until the day of his death, Isaac still favors Esav. Esav is still his favorite child. We saw that when they were growing up, right? We saw that in previous chapter, 2 chapters ago. And to this very day, Isaac is now about to die. He's getting close to his death, and he still wants to pass his true blessing on to Esau. But Rivka knows better. Bino wa yelech, just kind of as Abraham wanted to pass his blessing on to Ishmael, he said if only Ishmael were to be with God, or to walk with God. But Sarah knew better, and she said, "Get rid of this maidservant and her son, because they will not inherit with my son, with Yitzhak." Verse 6. ורבקה אמרה אל יעקב בנה לאמור, הנה שמעתי את אביך מדבר אל עשו אחיך לאמור, הביאה לי סעד ועשה לי מטעמים ואוכלה ואברכך לפני יהוה לפני מותי. Verse 8. ואתה בני שמעה בקולי אשר אני מסווה אותך. You see here otach instead of otcha, and this is very common. We can see, even though this is technically the female objective second person pronoun, it's often used interchangeably. Number and gender can often be used interchangeably in biblical Hebrew. Lech na el hason v'kach li misham shnei yidei izim. Just make sure I have that word in my list of animal terms. I'm pretty sure I do. Gedi. Better have it. If not, I'll have to add it. This is our list of animal terms, which is very important because, as you see, there are tons of animal terms. Well, I don't even have it. Gidi. Interesting. is, I really don't have it. One more time. Egel, Son Bakar Al Skir is Kevashon Tonser, Kevis Parha Morton, Kevis Star, and if he and Svi Ila Matai Sharach. Wow. Okay. I don't have it. I should add it. Gidi. So the word goat very possibly comes from this word, gidi, which is a young goat. Okay, let's add it. So you see how many different animal terms there are. And as I always mention, even in English, half the time we don't know what these things mean, like a heifer or a, I don't know. So among other things, I'm trying to organize these animal terms. Okay, so that's Genesis 27:8. Genesis 27:8. And so this is a young goat. What is the name for a young goat in English? A Bambi? I don't know. Hold on a second. Where do we go? A young goat. A kid, of course. Kid. A kid. So we have another one for kid. Where do we have that? So we have Seir. Okay. Just copy this. Kid, baby. I guess it could be either male or female, young, species, and this is clearly now a goat. Comments. Not sure I have any particular comments. Deizim. So maybe God. Second. Young goat, young goat, young goats. 1 second. Kid. Kid. So kid means a goat. That's what it means. Young goat. Okay. Not a young sheep, a young goat. Okay, fine. Okay. So I could just add Isaac asks Esau to bring 2 of these in order to bless in order Isaac to bless. Okay. Fair enough. No, I don't think a comment is relevant here. I want to stick to just the meanings of the word. Okay. So there we go. I can close this out, I believe. I can close this out at this point. Let's leave it. Okay. Where are we? Gedi izim tovim wa'aseh otam mat amim le'avicha kasher ahev. Verse 10. Wa'iveta le'avicha wa'achal ba'avur asher yivarechecha lifnei moto. Verse 11. ויאמר יעקב אל רבקה אמו, הן עשו אחי איש שעיר, ואנוכי איש חלק. Esav is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. Remember, we saw that Esav, when he was born, was like a hairy, he was red and like a hairy mantle. And we know that his territory is called the mountain of Seir, the mountains of Seir, the mountain country of Seir. And here we see that he is Sa'ir. He's a hairy man. Verse 12. Ulai ye musheni avi wahaiti be'enau ki mi ta'a. Okay. Waiveti alai klala willow biracha. Again, you can follow along in whatever language you prefer. What tomer lo imo alai kil latcha bini ach shima koli walech kachli. Verse 14. Wayelech waykach wa yave la imo what as imo mat amim kasher ahev aviu. Verse 15. One second here. Okay. ותיקח רבקה את בגדי עשו בנה הגדול החמודות אשר איתה בבית ותלבש את יעקב בנה הקטון. Verse 16. ואת אורות גדעי החזים הלבישה על ידו ועל חלקת סווארו. ותיתן את המטעמים ואת הלחם אשר עשתה ביד יעקב בנה. Verse 18. ויבוא אל אביו ויאמר אבי ויאמר הנני מי אתה בני. So already we see the first kind of suspicion that Isaac has regarding whether this is really Esau. ויאמר יעקב אל אביו אנוכי עשו בכורך עשיתי כאשר דיברת אליי קום נא שבה ואכלה מצדי בעבור תברכני נפשך. Verse 20. Trying to get these, I don't know if it's really the biblical pronunciation, but what they believe is the Masoretic pronunciation. So I'm trying to be careful with the way I'm pronouncing the words. Verse 20. ויאמר יצחק אל בנו מה זה מיהרת למצוא בני. Again, this is a second indication that Isaac senses something wrong. How did you come so quickly? How did you find the prey, the hunt so quickly? Because God made it happen. God brought this situation. Another thing that might raise Isaac's suspicion. Why would Esau, who's obviously not a man of God, be saying such a thing? Verse 21. ויאמר יצחק אל יעקב גישה נא ומושכה בני. Let me feel you. Again, third suspicion or third indication that Isaac has suspicions about who this really is. אתה זה בני עשו אם לא. Are you really my son Esau or not? ויגש יעקב אל יצחק אביו וימושהו ויאמר קול יעקב והידיים ידי עשו. The voice is the voice of Yaakov, but the hands are the hands of Esau. So Isaac really obviously realizes something's a little bit off here. Oops. Oh no. Let's do the beach ball thing again. No, stopped. No, it didn't stop. Hello. Oh, sugar. All right, I just gotta wait. Stupid. Okay. Stop. No, I'm still doing the beach ball. Damn it. I hate when this thing happens. Did it stop? No, I'm still doing the beach ball. Okay, I just gotta wait. It froze up again. I don't know why it's been doing this. Never used to do this. Pain in the neck. All right, we just gotta wait here for a second. Excuse me for 1 second then. Still doing the beach ball. All right, guys, we just gotta wait for a minute. I don't know why it does the beach ball thing again. Well, there's nothing I can do about it right now. Just gotta wait. Okay. Still doing the beach ball. There's nothing I can do, guys. I'm sorry. I think you can hear me, but this thing freezes up every so often. I don't know why. I completely uninstalled Chrome and reinstall it, but I just don't know what's causing it. We're just gonna have to wait for a minute. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Let me let it do its beach ball thing. Be right back. Okay, still doing it. What's going on with this stupid thing? Oh my god. All right, I think we're back in business. Yeah, we are. All right. Okay. All right, we're back. All right, let's see if we can at least get through the end of this chapter very quickly, and then I'm going to end the study. It's been, God, 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's a long time. Okay. I think I'm going to stop here. I'm tired. Yeah, I'm going to stop here. So where are we? מה זה מיהת למסור, יד, עשו, נשיב יגש לו ויאכל ויבוא ויאמר, הוא ידע כי יד עשו, okay, יגש יעקב אל יצחק, okay, we were right here. Right, we were right here in verse 21. All right, I'll go to the end of the chapter. ויאמר יצחק אל יעקב גישה, נא עמושך בני, אתה זה בני עשו אם לא. We already read this, but it's okay. ויגש יעקב אל יצחק אביו, ומושהו, ויאמר כל יעקב והידיים ידי עשו. Verse 23. ולא הכירו כי היו ידו ידי עשו אחיו. So Seirot wa yivarchehu. So he blesses him. In other words, Isaac blesses Jacob. Wa yomer ata zebni Esau. Wa yomer ani. Wa yomer hi ha gisha li ואוכלה מצעד בני, נמען תברכך נפשי, ויגש לו, ויאכל ויבא לו יין, וישת. Verse 26. So he also brought him wine. He got Isaac, he got his father a little bit drunk, so maybe he wouldn't know, wouldn't think anymore about whether this is Esav or not. Verse 26, ויאמר אליו יצחק אביו, אישה נא ושקה לי בני. Verse 27, ויגש וישק לו, וירח את הריח בידו, ויברכהו, ויאמר ראה ריח בני, כריח שדה אשר ברכו יהוה. Verse 28, וייתן לך האלוהים מטל השמיים ומשמני הארץ ורוב דגן ותירוש. ויעבדוך עמים וישתחו לך לאומים. היווה גביר לאחיך וישתחוו לך בני אמך. אוררך ארור ומברכך ברוך. And hearkening back to those who bless you will be blessed, and those who curse you will be cursed. That God said to Abraham. All right, I'm going to stop here. I've had enough. I'm tired. It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. Okay. What's my name? My name is Melech ben Yaakov. I should have it up, but I didn't. Melech ben Yaakov. I'll put it up. There we go. Okay. All right, everyone. So I'm going to stop here. Any final questions? Any final comments before we end it? So we have our study each week. I send out the announcements on Facebook and in our WhatsApp group. So Net Slaby, you're welcome to join our WhatsApp group. I don't know where you saw the announcement for the study, but if you look back at that announcement, you'll see links to our websites. You'll see links to our WhatsApp group. You'll see links to our Facebook page and Facebook group. And I think the best way, if you want to stay in the loop, is either to join our Facebook group, what's World Alliance of Qara'im, or to join our WhatsApp group. And you can see the link there as well, where you got the original announcement. Okay, you're welcome to join us anytime. Welcome. And I guess that's it for today. Any other final questions? Any other final comments before we end it? No? Okay, if not, then we'll go out with some music as usual. And I thank you all for joining me here today. And I wish you all a Shavua Tov, a wonderful week, and hope to see you all again next week. Let's see how we're going to do this. 1 second here. History. It's over here.
כל החיים משורה לשחרר רק המוות. בימים עגומים של פרעות ודמים, בלילות השמונים של ינון. בערים, בכפרים, את דגלנו נרים, ועלה הגנה וחינות. לא יפסו השור כהמון עבדים, ולשבור במחאה לדבר. ברצוננו להיות לעולם נכונים, חלומנו למות בארצנו. בימים אדומים של פרעות ודמים, בלילות השחורים של ינון. בערים בכפרים ואת דגלנו נרים, ועלה הגנה וחינות. Yeah.